Good morning. My name is Agnes Karlsson and I'm honored to be the moderator of the plenary session today. Today at the International Research Conference, Impact of Art and Cultural Education, Arguments and Evidence, researchers and industry specialists will share their experiences and conclusions on the theoretical and practical aspects of arts and cultural education. And now I'm giving the floor to the Rector of Latvian Academy of Culture, Professor Rūta Muktupāvela.
Labrīt, good morning, dear colleagues and friends. Sorry for the delay. And first of all, let me to express our deep sympathy to our friends in Austria. Dear Sirikit and Aaron, thank you for being here with us. Otherwise, on behalf of the Latvian Academy of Culture, welcome at our annual International Research Conference, Cultural Crossroads. Latvian Academy of Culture is a University of Arts type institution that implements all three levels of studies, bachelor, master, and doctoral programs. Our students are specializing in performative and audiovisual arts, drama and textual studies, in theory of culture, cultural sociology and economy, in creative industries and business innovations, cultural heritage and museum studies, and intercultural communication. Our strategic principle is this, that for our academical staff and for students, it is equally important to study, to create, and to research. And this principle is reflected both in the development of study programs and in the choice of research fields, the results of which is highly relevant to communicate in international conferences, such as this one, named The Impact of Arts and Cultural Education, Arguments and Evidence. Regarding the current situation, it is quite clear that the cultural sector has lost nearly 90% of its turnover, making culture one of the sectors of economy that had suffered the most during the COVID-19 crisis. Along with the material hardships, the cultural sector also faces serious socio-psychological challenges. As usual, in the situation of global economic decline and mass unemployment, the cultural sector is exposed to difficulties first. At this time of chaos, it is quite difficult to argue that professional culture and arts is not a phenomenon existing by itself, just an opposite. It is fragile. It requires constant abnormal physical and mental effort, deep cultural, historical, and professional knowledge. All of this, no doubt, requires huge financial, infrastructural, and human resources. At the same time, it should be reminded that according to economic calculations, culture is a fully fledged sector of the economy with a significant contribution to the well-being for each country. As we know, artists mainly are doers and not talkers. For this very reason, they themselves are rather loosey and shy, making the discourse of the usefulness and effectiveness of arts and culture. Therefore, I have no doubts that the topic and presentation of this conference will make a particularly valuable contribution both at this moment and later, when there will be an urgent need to deal with the consequences of crisis within the cultural and arts sector. Wishing you all the most productive conference work, let me remind that this particular day of the Cultural Crossroads Conference was organized by the Research Center of the Latvian Academy of Culture in cooperation with the European Network of Observatories in the Field of Arts and Cultural Education, or ENO, Network of European Policymakers, Civil Servants and Academics working in the fields of arts and cultural education or ACNet, the Faculty of Pedagogy, Psychology and Art of the University of Latvia, the Latvian National Cultural Center, the UNESCO Latvian National Commission and the Embassy of Canada. And special thanks to the head of the Research Center, Professor Anda Lake, Senior Research Baiba Tjärve and Ilona Kunda, Researcher Kristina Freiberga, Research Assistant Agnese Karsone, and to all speakers and moderators who agreed to take part in the new, quite challenging, as you see, online format of the conference. Last but not least, I have to mention that the conference is organized and conference materials are developed in accordance with the framework of the European Regional Development Fund project, Development of Research at the Latvian Academy of Culture. So thank you once again for sharing your time, intellectual resources, valuable experience and knowledge. Have a nice conference work. Thank you.
Dr. Baiba Tjärve, a senior researcher from Latvian Academy of Culture and also a member of the conference program committee, also want to say some words to welcome all of you today.
Thank you. Thank you, our rector, Ruta Muktopāvela, for introduction to the conference. On behalf of the program committee, I would also like to send my warmest regards to our Austrian colleagues and especially our moderators who agreed to join today, Aaron and Sirikit. I welcome all participants of our conference on the impacts of arts and culture education, arguments and evidence. As probably many of you know, this is a bit shortened and focused online version of the conference we planned in March, when was really the very peak of the first wave of COVID-19. Situation at that time developed very rapidly and we had to cancel the event, which was fully ready to take off. Another context information I have to mention is that it was planned in the framework of two international network meetings. One is ENO, the European Network of Observatories in the field of arts and culture education, which unites different organizations, research and innovation centers in Europe, which are dealing with issues of culture and arts education. And Latvian Academy of Culture is a member of this organization. So do other organizers, co-organizers of this event. And another network meeting, which was planned to take place in Riga, was ACENET, which is European Network of Policymakers, focusing on the same topic, arts and culture education. So the theme of the conference was developed from thematic interests of these two networks. And we were planning that along with the network meetings in Riga, this conference will take place, and also we will meet in informal setting, discussions and presentations, and this will lead to identification of key topics in arts and culture education in Europe, bringing along new ideas, new projects, joint publications and other initiatives. Most of the speakers and moderators and also organizers of this event are coming from these two networks. So I have to thank all of you for taking part in this very long preparatory work of the conference. Despite the fact that we have changed the format of the planned event, we hope that today's presentations anyway will provoke further discussion on the topic and will lead to new events and collaborations. And maybe online format will allow broader spread of our ideas and presentations, because these presentations will be available also after the conference ends. Moreover, Latvian Academy of Culture is planning thematic peer-reviewed collection of research articles, Culture Crossroads, which is indexed also in plus database and other databases. Me and my colleague from University of Copenhagen, Charlotte Svendler-Niesel, which is also co-chair of ENO network, are co-editors of this edition. So we still welcome applications if some of the presenters decide that they would like to join this volume. So I would like to thank you everyone and wish very interesting and inspiring day and many new ideas and new projects in future. Thank you.
The first speaker of the plenary session today is Professor Zane Oliņa, who represents National Center of Education of the Republic of Latvia. The topic of the presentation is Cultural Awareness and Creative Artistic Expressions in the newly revised Latvian Curriculum for Comprehensive Education.
You can hear me well? Yes, good, excellent. Technology is working, so I'm great that we were able to go ahead. And very, very much big thanks to the Latvian Academy of Culture at the University of Latvia for inviting me today to speak. I'm not a researcher of arts and culture on a daily basis. I'm coming to you as a policymaker who's been part of a team of curriculum developers as we have revised Latvian school curricula from preschool up to upper secondary level. So that's 16 years of children's education. And in this work, we have really worked together with many, many people around Latvia. And I'm very thankful to all of the university participants, researchers who have been part of this work. Anda Latja from Latvian Academy of Culture has been instrumental in really developing our understanding of cultural awareness phenomenon in the curriculum. Aija Tūna, who's also part of this conference and represents University of Latvia, has been instrumental for visual arts curriculum. We've had Academy of Arts and Music experts involved in the project, such as Irena Nelsona and Ilza Vilde, who are curriculum developers, and many, many, many others. So thank you all to the researchers. And I'm really, in my notes today, I'll also maybe note a couple of additional things, new research opportunities, topics where we need help from researchers, from experts, as we develop and implement this new curriculum in Latvia and really strengthen arts and cultural education in this country. I'll very briefly outline the goals of the new curriculum and then maybe go in some detail also around implementation challenges and some of the things that we probably could do together as we keep doing this very important work for our children and youth. So as we started the revision of the Latvian curriculum, and the one that's currently in place is about 10 years old, and this was a decision by society, by the government, to really re-look at the goals of the curriculum and to also revise, and this is the main emphasis, the teaching. Started out with developing a vision of a person who will graduate from school. And as you can see, we want a person who is independent, healthy, but who can also create and participate and add value to society. And arts and culture as a learning area are very, very crucial and play a very big role in reaching this goal. And I would say that in terms of the curriculum framework, in terms of our goals, then arts and cultural awareness are really prominently featured in the curriculum. So I'd say we've kind of laid the groundwork. And our big challenge now, our big goal is to really make this happen in reality and fill those big shoes that we've laid out by working together. So where do we see arts and cultural awareness in the curriculum framework? It's one of 7 learning areas, and there are several subjects that go under it. So it's it literally translated, it's the learning area is called cultural understanding and creative self-expression. But also arts and cultural education play a very big role in meeting 2 other very important curricular dimensions, curriculum goals. We have a set of 6 transversal skills in the curriculum. And so subjects, as well as kind of the attitudes and the skills that arts and culture bring to the curriculum, help develop many of those transversal skills. I'd particularly like to note creativity and entrepreneurship, and the way how we've conceptualized that transversal skill really is a lot about the mindset of having an open mindset, being able to generate diverse ideas, being able to see connections between things that may not, on the look of it, seem to be logically connectable. Also, very important kind of character trait of persistence, of being able to complete the work, of not kind of stopping when you experience your first hurdles. Self-regulated learning, very, very important piece for arts and culture, because regulation of emotions, understanding your emotions, very, very important piece in the curriculum. Collaboration and communication is also something that arts and cultural awareness can really cultivate. It is about empathy. It is about being able to listen to other people, to appreciate different perspectives. And so these are very, very important, crucial curriculum goals that arts and culture can bring to the table to develop this, as well as the 3rd dimension of curriculum, which is values. And as you can see from the list, there are a lot that arts and culture can do in order to help develop these values in youth and children. We're very happy that we managed to introduce a new subject that wasn't yet as part of formal curriculum, which is called Teātra māksla in Latvian, or drama and theater drama in English. The purpose of doing this really was to add, I'd say, the 4th way of creative expression to students, for them to be able to also express their ideas, their emotions, their thoughts, also using movement and being able to combine a whole variety of creative expression formats and really develop these skills in school. So this is a way to reach more students. This is a way to also really be able to even more deeply develop their empathy, and to really also add depth to teaching other art subjects, including literature, including social studies as well. Here's how our subjects are structured. So this kind of lays the territory for the time actually in the curriculum that we can devote to arts subjects. So we have four art subjects at the primary level: visual arts, music, literature, and drama. We start out with elements of those at the preschool and the grades 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay, love it. I'm very sorry. It looks like technically something is not sharing, but okay. So at the primary level, we'll have 4 subjects, and in the new curriculum, we have kept the same number of hours in total for all of the arts subjects at school. And I'd like to know 2 things which might be interesting for all of us to reflect upon. One is that when we count the total number of actual arts and culture lessons at the primary level, it comes out to about 1,700 lessons during a child's education at the primary level. So that's 1,700 40-minute lessons. So that's a territory that we know for sure we have secured for arts education that's structured in the actual school time. And that's very, very important to keep it and to really now our challenge is to fill it with meaningful lessons, meaningful education. If we add the mandatory lessons that students need to take at upper secondary level, which is about a minimum of another 300 hours. So we're talking about 2,000 hours that are mandatory in arts for Latvian school children. And that's a sizable number. I mean, we can always have more, for sure. And I definitely I'm not a mathematician, so I'm not really in love with numbers necessarily, but I think it's important for us to also think about the proportion that's guaranteed that we can do here. Another interesting number to look at is that it constitutes up to about 15% of the learning time kids have in formal education at primary level, which is given to visual arts, music, literature, and drama combined. So that gives us some sense of what's there. And that's kind of a benchmark point where we can go definitely further on from there. The other piece that it's important for us to mention as an opportunity in arts and cultural education, that we have considerably been given more flexibility to schools to organize their school day differently. So instead of having a number of lessons per week in each subject area, we have said there's a number of lessons that need to take place during 3 years. So schools can restructure their day, and therefore kids can go and attend arts performances or go to an exhibit, have a full day of a block of arts lessons to be able to do this. We are still very far from this and being able to really schedule that in a school day. But in terms of the law, it is possible, and this opportunity has been created. Now we really have to fill that with content, with really good focused educational opportunities. At the upper secondary level, we have increased the requirements for every single child who learns at upper secondary level to take certain subjects in arts. It wasn't so before, especially cultural foundations subject wasn't mandatory before, and now it is. So every child in Latvia who attends upper secondary school will be taking literature at the optimal level and also foundations of culture, or choose a bigger course in culture and the arts. And additional new thing in the curriculum is that we have introduced advanced level culture and the arts course at upper secondary level, where students can also take advanced level exam at the end. So this has given a lot of new opportunities for students who are interested in this area to really go in depth already at the upper secondary level, and to develop their interests deeply with the teacher support. We're very happy that this has happened. We are also seeing great interest from schools in this. This graph shows this year, as 10th graders are starting at upper secondary level to learn the new subjects. We're seeing that close to 70% of upper secondary schools have opted to offer the larger, the bulkier culture and the arts courses at the upper secondary level, which is 207 hours, 10 hours there. So that means that this is really valued by both students and schools. We're also seeing that about 1/3 of schools are planning to offer culture and the arts at the highest level. That's a very good sign as well. This means that there's big interest from both the side of students as well as interest from the teachers. So we are hoping that this will develop and grow, and really relying on higher ed establishments to support schools in developing this area further. In terms of the curriculum content, really there are kind of 4 core main ideas in both the content as well as the teaching approach. One is to really expose students to the different ways and devices and forms of artistic expression. so that they can be good readers and consumers of arts and culture, but also they can also be creators of and really have the know-how of artistic expression in these various forms, various arts formats. It's very, very important for us that students at both primary and secondary level really get to experience firsthand the process of creative expression, including also producing pieces of art, to really also see the practical side of it, so that they are exposed to a variety of roles that people can play in this field, and therefore also potentially spark their interest in choosing arts and culture as a professional field. We are also in the curriculum, especially for upper secondary students, trying to show the role of culture in society. There's a lot of content around cultural heritage. There's a lot of content and discussion and investigation around the role that art can play in developing society, in how you can express ideas, really impact society's development by using arts as a way to express your opinion very forcefully, very persuasively. And also, of course, something that we've known for a long, long time is helping a person find their identity, really become more self-aware by both being exposed to works of art and cultural phenomena, as well as really finding my own sense of identity there. There's a real strong emphasis on looking for contemporary relevance of cultural signs from various eras. Here's an example of that, when students can go to a very modern kind of concert hall and ask the question of, oh, okay, where are the references of this in the Bible? Where are the references of this in the different art formats? And what does it mean for us today? And why has this phenomenon, this way of thinking, still very relevant for us? Here's an example of a task that a teacher, Zane Oliņa from Mākslas Secondary School, is giving to her students. She's teaching literature and theater in her school. And so they're looking at heroes in both antique literature as well as where are heroes now in the current culture. And so they're reading the very well-known folk tale Kultūras, which is about an ancient Latvian hero. And so they're looking for cultural signs of where Kultūras comes up nowadays. And so it turns out there's a hockey team named Kultūras, and there's a business named Kultūras, and then there's a rock opera that's using the themes and the ideas from that work. And so students can find those links and really see how art is transforming constantly and how it's relevant to their own lives. The main thing in terms of curriculum revision, and this has to do both with arts, culture, as well as other learning areas, really is in changing the teaching learning approach, is giving students more voice, is making learning more personalized, is helping them choose experiences, evaluate experiences, seek their own personal relevance in that. It's very, very important for us that students experience arts and culture real time, personally, that they actually not only learn about it as artifacts, but that they go out and experience and really have that emotional engagement with it. And so that's probably the most challenging for us, both in terms of resource structure, in terms of the way how schools are organized, but also it has to do a lot with our preparedness as teachers also to really use these experiences in a meaningful way and then reflect on them in the classroom and really do a lot of inquiry work around that in the classroom. Our big challenge is to really come to a slightly different teacher role. So we're thinking about a teacher who is leading learning, who is the architect of learning, rather than kind of deliverer of content or deliverer of information. So we're not learning, even though historic facts are very important, but we need to make these relevant and to really make them come home. And so therefore, learning has to be experiential, it has to be engaging, and it has to be very personally relevant to the learners. I would like to emphasize the importance and also the big challenge that we have faced in coming together. I mean, when we have 4 separate art subjects plus cultural foundations, it's somewhat common in schools for each of these teachers to teach their subject as a separate line of inquiry, as a separate line of learning, and they're coming together and collaborating between these subjects is not very common yet. And we also experienced that during the process of curriculum development, in that rarely had visual arts and drama and music and cultural experts and literature come together and talked about, are we using the common terms? Are our ways how we are approaching the world similar in some ways? Are there strategies that we all can teach our students, for example, in terms of how you can get inspiration for your creative work? Are there strategies for how we can help students unpack the layers of the work of art as we see it? Other things, because if we can do this, then students can learn it in a so much better way. Is there experience of doing joint projects at school where all of the arts lessons can be joined together, and therefore we gain more time, more unfragmented time to really get to better outcome for students as a result. A very important piece that I need to note, which is a very, very strong tradition in Latvia, is that it's very important that we are aware of the various types of education where students are gaining exposure to arts and culture. And it's very important that we see the different goals for each of these types of education, and also that we use them in a complementary fashion at school. And so we have formal education, and that's comprehensive education I've talked about so far, which is mandatory for all students. And that usually happens until about 3 o'clock during the day. And then many students attend what we call Izglītības or non-formal education. And our estimate shows that about 60% of Latvia's students attend non-formal education activities in arts and culture. This includes choirs and music. This includes also visual arts, extracurricular activities. This includes theater and drama. This includes also creative writing workshops, etc. The third type of education, which is very, very prominent for us, is professionally oriented education, which is where students really go for it, more in-depth and additional, very systematically developed skills in music and in arts. And about 12% of students in Latvia participate in professionally oriented education. As we developed curriculum, we realized that even though we can spend about 2,000 hours in kids' education on arts and cultural subjects, that's definitely not enough in order to reach curriculum goals. And it's very, very important that the non-formal education pieces complement and are really going after the same goals, same transversal skills, to really give each student that additional opportunity to develop their interest, to spend more time actually practically engaging in artistic expression. And there's not enough time to do this in school. So it's very important that we as players in different areas see that complementarity, see this as an opportunity, and do this in a systematic way, both at school level as well as municipality level, where we have some power about deciding on where we give our money to and how we structure that money and how that becomes available to students. what I'd like to end with is some of the challenges and opportunities looking to the future. Something that we need your help for sure, both international help as well as local researchers, policymakers, practitioners to come together. And I'll note only three titles really. There are many, many more. I think it's very important for us to really now go beyond the spending a lot of time on arguing why arts and culture are an important part of the curriculum. They are very important, and we've said this. It's so important now for us to spend time on how to do this well, to really be offering teachers support in how to best teach strategies, how to help kids actually think in I'd also say very disciplined way about cultural phenomena, about arts phenomena. So there's huge need to really develop and help teachers skillfully teach these subject areas in the future. The other highlight, I'd say, for discussion, hopefully also today at the conference, I would like to bring up the question of assessment in art, because we can't there's a big discussion also in this country to say, well, we shouldn't be grading student performance in art subjects. There's a discussion about how can you grade creativity. But what I'd like to propose and say is that we can't really teach anyone anything unless we know very clearly what it is we're teaching. What are the skills? What are the understandings? What are the attitudinal attributes we're trying to teach students? And unless that's very clear and we have an understanding of how these skills and these understandings develop, then we can't really support students well. We can't really teach them well. So actually being very clear, very structured about how do we approach development of these skills that can be done during school lessons, and developing really good tools to help teachers follow along and students follow along their development is very, very crucial. We often spend a lot of time debating how shall we assess originality. And I'd like to throw in kind of this question for a discussion really is, why are we so worried about how do we assess originality when we talk about formal education at the school level? I think it's very, very important that we talk about how do we assess the skills that we can teach at school during the time we're given, and really help every student succeed in learning those skills, in gaining those understandings. And they are tangible, they can be articulated. And if we articulate them, if we can see them, then we can help students better. And we can have more students being, I'd say, literate in this very, very important area of life. And finally, I'd say that it's important for us to think outside the box in many different ways. And I'd like to highlight one thing is about how we think about resources that we need to provide to schools. And we have suggested to the government and to municipalities that it's very important for us to think about what is the equivalent of a textbook in arts. And the equivalent is the experience that a student gains when they go out and see a play, when they see an arts exhibition, when they experience a musical event. And therefore, as we have a guaranteed resource that we give as a state and as a municipality to each school and student to buy textbooks, in the same way, we need to really look at a way to guarantee resource so that arts and direct experience of it is more accessible and available to everybody. And this is about thinking outside the box, because it's not a tangible resource. It's not something you can put on a shelf and it will stay there and be reusable for the next person. Same thing for arts resources. For example, paint. Paint should be the same kind of resource as, say, a chemical in a chemistry lab. That should be provided to students so they can learn fully these subjects. But it's also very important for us to think outside the box in terms of how arts lessons can take place in the school. And as I said, as we have more flexible learning scheduling time now, maybe having full day a week, a full day a month, or maybe having a month of very intense block of time for arts lessons to be able to do a full-scale project might be a better way of using these lessons at certain age groups and for certain topics than it is a weekly schedule of lessons. And finally, it's really very important that we find ways of collaborating between different institutions to really help build the momentum for this very important learning area, to really find creative ways of collaborating. There could be artist residents in schools. There could be different ways in which kids could access and shadow artists to really understand a whole host of other usually uncovered aspects of this work that is available now, and that we have the good formats for doing. And really, to sum up, I think it's important for us to remember that it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to implement well such very, very important learning area that arts and culture is. And I think it's very important that both the teachers themselves really develop a vision of how they would like to teach and in what way they would like to organize their lessons in schools. And they are the first ones to go their school leadership and say, I would rather like to have a block of a month-long session of all art subjects combined for 7th graders once a year, and then we can fully really do a major project kids will remember for all their life. Then at school leadership, the question is, are principals giving the opportunities for arts teachers to come together once a week or once a month or once in a semester and plan together how we'll teach these subjects so that they can complement each other? At municipality level, there's lots of different ways how resources can be reallocated, maybe stopping doing some things we've been doing for a long time. An example of that would be developing ways of how we can use museums in a much more accessible way. How many museums have annual passes for families or programs where school kids can come and actually stay there for a prolonged period of time and do some inquiry work right there on the spot. So developing schemes like that is very, very important for implementing these subjects. And then, of course, the rules of the game at the education system level, and then also what we are expecting as society from this learning area, and are we seeing this as added value, so that we don't do away with a lesson as soon as there's an opportunity to do this. I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to talking more, discussing more, collaborating more. We've been very happy that the Cultural Academy responded to an invitation from the National Center for Education to provide professional development courses for teachers. It's been happening now already for the 2nd year in a row. Teachers are very, very happy with the quality and with this opportunity. So I'm hoping that this will keep continuing and we can really do lots of things in the future together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zane Oliņa. The next speaker, Professor Pīters Guzuasis from University of British Columbia, will not join us today, but he wanted the audience to know that he really wanted to be in Riga today and be together with all of you. But he has prepared a video on the topic, a population-level analysis of associations between school art participation and academic achievements.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pīters Guzuasis, professor in the Department of Curriculum and Pedagogy at the University of British Columbia. I've been interested in this area of research since 1998, when James Catterall and Elliot Eisner debated the merits of research that linked the arts with academic outcomes. I do not believe that examining the impact of arts learning on other aspects of learning, particularly academic achievement, lessens our appreciation of arts learning for art's sake. Arts-related goals must be preeminent in arts education. However, we cannot ignore phenomena that clearly demonstrate connections and impacts of arts learning on all aspects of human development. I started my journey in 2002, examining data sets from the British Columbia Ministry of Education, looking at patterns of relationships between various aspects of academic achievement. In 2007, I, working with Martin Goon and Nan Kishore, published the first study that revealed significant predictive relationships between music achievement and academic achievement. Up until 2007, every other study in this genre of research only looked at multiple correlations, not predictive relationships. We found no such predictive relationships for other forms of arts learning. 6 years later, with the knowledge that the Ministry of Education datasets were more robust and highly nuanced, I revisited this topic. Today's presentation is a summary of the results of our second population-level study that was first published online first in June 2019 in the Journal of Educational Psychology. So, what were the most surprising things that we learned from this study? The magnitude of our findings. We calculated effect sizes to demonstrate the impressive differences in academic achievement between music and non-music learners. In practical terms, the effect sizes observed when comparing those in the very highly engaged instrumental music learning group with the no music group, even after adjustment for numerous confounders, were of a magnitude greater than the average annual gains in reading, science, and math that are seen during the high school years in the United States context. In other words, students in the present study that were highly engaged in instrumental music were on average over 1 year ahead in their math, English, and science skills compared to those peers not engaged in school music. It was also surprising to see such a consistency across diverse domains, English, science, mathematics, such substantive effect sizes, even after controlling for gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic background, and prior academic achievement in grade 7 numeracy and literacy. Evidence of a dose-response type pattern with higher music engagement and higher academic achievement, and a clear trend showing more pronounced associations with instrumental music relative to vocal music. Could other extracurricular activities, such as drama or competitive sports, have similar positive effects? No, this is a music phenomenon. In a related paper presented at the American Education Research Association meeting in April 2018 in New York City, we shared that only music and none of the other arts, drama, visual art, dance, has this kind of significant dramatic impact on academic achievement in high school mathematics, science, and English. Only prolonged engagement with instrumental music, and more of it in the high school years, has this impact on learning in math, science, and English. Remember, however, that many students begin to play a band or orchestral instrument in grade 5 or 6. So this is a longitudinal phenomenon. It's important to clarify that we went beyond simple correlation analyses. We used separate regression analyses to look at whether students' mean vocal school music grade or mean instrumental music grade predicted academic achievement in grade 10 math, science, and English, and grade 12 English, adjusting for previous academic achievement and sociocultural confounders that I mentioned previously. The regression analyses reveal one-way predictive relationships. In our study, for example, music achievement, that is the grades, predicts mathematics achievement, grades, in grade 10 and not the other way around. In other words, high achievement in math does not predict high achievement in music. Also, we controlled for prior math learning using standardized grade 7 mathematics, numeracy grades, which is also very important. Also, the consistency of the findings across subjects is what makes this study stand apart from all previous research. Also, we posit that transfer skills are highly likely. We attribute these phenomena to a combination of increased cognitive capacities, the changes in the structure and function of the auditory cortex, and Heschel's gyrus, as well as higher motivation and self-efficacy, that is, executive functions, or EFs. Improved music audiation is correlated with the size of the Heschel's gyrus, and increased socio-emotional well-being is based on prolonged and more music engagement. So let's take a look at these pathways that explain the phenomena. What makes instrumental music particularly good for improving academic achievement? There are a number of mechanisms, or 4 core pathways, that link instrumental music making to academic achievement. Apart from the strength of the associations and their predictive nature, it is the consistency of the findings across subjects that are so impressive. It is likely that some skills learned in band, orchestra, and conservatory music lessons transfer very broadly to adolescents' learning in school. Improved music audiation being the ability that all humans have to think music in the mind when the sound is not necessarily physically present, is correlated with the size of the Heschel's gyrus, and increased socio-emotional well-being is based on prolonged and more music engagement, as I mentioned previously. This first pathway relates music training to academic achievement via a set of competencies termed executive functions, or EFs. These EF cognitive abilities focus on control and regulation of behaviors and thoughts. Neurological bases of EFs have been identified whereby the frontal lobe is hypothesized to be particularly salient in EFs. Relatedly, music training in childhood and early adolescence have been found to be related to lasting changes to neurological regions, including the corpus callosum, superior temporal gyrus, and middle temporal gyrus. Music making often entails numerous EF-related processes, including anticipation, planning, memory, and synchronization with other musicians. Executive functions are wide-ranging and interrelated, yet the core competencies typically include inhibition, that is self-regulation, updating, which is related to information monitoring and relations with working memory, and switching and shifting, that is the flexibility of changing between tasks. Instrumental music making especially entails shifting between mental or physical tasks. For example, rearranging one's fingers to perform the same and different patterns in a piece of music. Recalling and audiating from working memory different pieces of music and pattern sets, and substantial control or mastery over one's expressive behaviors. An example of updating in music is the process musicians use to simultaneously read musical notation and coordinate and anticipate finger movements to play the correct melody patterns when reading and playing music. It's not about where the music was, it is about where the music was, where it is, and where it is going. The second suggested pathway concerns motivation-related characteristics, including learning discipline, self-efficacy, and mastery-oriented learning experiences. The processes of instrumental music training, which often includes hours of practice, typically in solitude, and a commitment to music training in light of competing curricular and extracurricular activities, fosters motivation-related characteristics. The third hypothesized pathway is of a personal nature. Students engaging in musical activities as part of a group may experience bonding and the sense of team accomplishment. Also, ensemble music making is collaborative and generally non-competitive, an aspect of music that has been found to be associated with enhanced school climate and social interactions within school contexts. Self-efficacy reflects confidence in a person's ability to exert control over one's own motivation, behavior, and social environment. Self-efficacy plays a major role in how we approach goals, tasks, and challenges. Students' experiences of positive academic and disciplinary school climate, in turn, are related to academic achievement and decreased school dropout rates. The fourth pathway is neuroscientific. For the interpretation of our results, the kinds of skills gained through learning to play an instrument, including auditory, audiation, reading, and executive skills on different instruments, keyboard, strings, percussion, and wind instruments, positively impact auditory and motor regions of the brain. Such changes, in turn, may positively affect other areas of students' understanding, such as in understanding mathematical concepts. While we may not yet fully understand the mechanisms of how music learning transfers to those areas of development, our current work and numerous studies we cite suggests that extended engagement with music learning, particularly instrumental music, and more of it, enhances all of them. What advice can we provide for teachers, parents, school administrators, and other forms of administration at ministry and governmental levels across countries? Well, the patterns of our findings quite clearly indicate that music participation, especially in instrumental music, and more of it in terms of multiple years of music engagement over time, confers cognitive benefits in the form of tangible differences in many aspects of academic achievement and engagements in all aspects of schooling. In many ministries of education, school districts, and schools, 21st century society has seen an emphasis on numeracy and literacy at the cost of other areas of learning, particularly music and the other arts. This is wrong-headed thinking. Instrumental music making, and more of it, benefits learning in core academics. Thus, the very activity that helps learners should be encouraged for essential and instrumental reasons across the lifespan. Children can learn to play a stringed instrument or piano at a very young age. Other brass, woodwind, and stringed instruments can be started as early as grade 4. This must be strongly encouraged. Music making changes the brain. We must teach to children's individual audiation levels because audiation is significantly correlated to the structure, that is the shape and size, and the function of the Heschel's gyrus in the auditory cortex. This can only happen when we teach to audiation and use audiation-based activities that connect music learning to kinesthetic activity. We must teach learners how to orally, auditionally, and kinesthetically engage with, recognize and identify, and apply patterns, tonal patterns, rhythm patterns, melodic and harmonic patterns, and the patterns of form in music. Schools need to implement sustainable instrumental school music programs with trained music specialists and the instruments to play the music, to make instrumental music learning accessible to all learners through to grade 12 and to take advantage of these positive benefits of instrumental music. We need to take advantage of this kind of research for all the reasons noted in the full paper, which you can download free online, and this presentation to confer benefits to 21st century learners. We thank you and wish you great health and safety in your travels and in your daily life. Musically yours, Peter.
In case those that are watching have some questions to the speakers, feel free to write them in the comment section of the Facebook live stream. The next speaker today is Professor Nick Owen, who represents the University of Nottingham and also a charity, the Métis Creatives. The topic of his presentation is From Toy Story to Trusteder, What Are We Fighting For? Perspectives and Youth Voice.
Well, good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon, labdien, I think you say in Latvian. Is that right? Yeah, good. Right, I'm going to try and share my screen. So please let me know, wave or shout at me if you can see. Can you see that okay? Yes? Good. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, as I've said. My name is Nick Owen. I'm CEO of a UK charity called the Métis Creatives, and today I'm going to discuss several perspectives on the theme of youth voice. My full presentation includes various film clips, which due to restrictions on Facebook and YouTube, boo, I'm unable to share with you now, I'm sorry to say, but I will include the links in this presentation so that you can follow them up afterwards if you want. They're also available, the full presentation with clips on my website, which is at the top of the PowerPoint slide there, From Toy Story to Trusteder. Okay, let's kick off. You can't go far these days without hearing about the importance of pupil voice in school improvement, planet climate change, or at the older end of the age spectrum, the Brexit referendum. Perhaps the biggest pretense at listening to the voices of British people in recent years. We've learned a lot in the UK from the Brexit referendum about how voices are manipulated, distorted, and selectively listened to. And there's some learning here for when it comes to consider how young people's voice or voices are heard and acted upon. At a macro level, this has been one, for me, provoking incident which has led to a consideration of what we mean by public voice and democracy. But today, I've been inspired by the author and historian W.E.B. Du Bois and his exhortation to begin with art. He says, begin with art because art tries to take us outside ourselves. It is a matter of trying to create an atmosphere and context so conversation can flow back and forth and we can be influenced by each other. And this is a theme we will share through this presentation. So I'm going to begin with some art. I'm going to begin with a film, Toy Story 4. I don't know how many of you have seen it. It's a terrific film. But in the clip that you can't see at the moment, Buzz Lightyear tries to persuade our hero, Woody, to give up his quest to find Bo Peep and go home. Woody refuses, so Buzz asks his inner voice what he should do next, but is only given some suggestions which don't address his dilemma to his satisfaction. His last utterance is, "Thanks a lot, inner voice," something we all might recognize in times of trouble when it comes to listening to what we think our intuition, our gut feeling, is actually telling us, or what we might think of as our authentic voice is telling us. Buzz's awareness that his inner voice has its limits is important in the phenomenon of youth voice. And in this presentation, I'm going to discuss these challenges that these limits present, especially in these times when the voices of the people, and young people in particular, are called upon to inform public cultural policy. I'll be exploring this by considering the concept of authentic voice and how this relates to the concept of performative voice, and how voices can inform civic dialogue as part of a wider call for cultural democracy. Coming closer to home, as CEO of the charity, the Mighty Creatives, we place great store by our brand strapline, fighting for the creative voices of children and young people. That's what drives us. That's what our mission is. It's an aspiration woven through our organisation since it began. And as such, it helps mark ourselves out as deserving of special attention in the cultural marketplace, if you like. It's at the heart of our mission statement. And my colleague, Emily York, expresses it like this. She says, children and young people are feeling more and more empowered to share their views and to have them valued. It is our duty to listen to them, respond to them, and embed their views within our organisation's practice where appropriate. We cannot authentically provide for children and young people if we do not do so. With this, there is an undeniable responsibility not only to provide children and young people with rich arts and cultural opportunities, but to also organically embed youth representation and voice within our infrastructure. Now, there are several points here, several concepts which I want to explore through this presentation. The first one is of authenticity. The idea that an organisation has to walk the talk, if you like, if it is to be taken seriously by the beneficiaries it claims to be working for. Authenticity suggests a fundamental state of being which represents the true self, the fundamental self of the organisation's intentions and motivations. Being seen to be authentic can be comforting in that it provides a sense of moral rectitude, a sense of direction, when the world is replete with fake news, illusion, ambivalence, and ambiguity. Secondly, the second concept embedded in this is that of civic duty, that by listening to young people and actively taking steps in order to transform organisational policies, practices, and structures, we can demonstrate that we are fulfilling a wider civic role rooted in traditions of participation and democracy. So the second impulse for this paper has been to stimulate debate with colleagues, both within the Mighty Creatives and externally, about what we really mean by youth voice, how and why it should be fought for, and what's at stake for us all, artists, educators, and young people themselves. Now, youth voice is central to many engagement and participation strategies, and I'm going to reference three which inform our work at the Mighty Creatives. Hart's ladder of participation, Tressida's degrees of participation, and Lundy's model of child participation. Now, Hart's model is conceived of as a ladder with 8 rungs to it, the bottom rung being designated as manipulation, which happens when adults use young people to support causes and pretend that the causes are inspired by young people themselves. The next 2 rungs, decoration and tokenism, are designated as non-participation, but these are followed by 5 other rungs going up the ladder, which culminate in rung 8, young people initiated, shared decisions with adults. The second model we work with or look to or consider is Phil Tressida's degrees of participation. This emphasises that there should be no limit to young people's participation, with each degree of participation being equally valuable dependent on the proposed project and the objectives of the participants. It takes away from that hierarchical structure of the ladder, of Hart's ladder. And the degrees of participation Phil Tresetta points to are 5. The first one is assigned but informed, followed by consulted and informed, followed by adult-initiated shared decisions with children. The 4th degree is shared child-initiated shared decisions with adults, and finally, child-initiated and directed. The final model I want to share with you briefly is Lundy's model of child participation. This provides a sense check of whether we are ensuring that every child and young person we engage with through any degree of participation has their voice heard and acted on. Her model provides a way of conceptualizing a child's right to participation as laid down in Article 12 of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And it is intended to focus decision makers on the distinct, albeit interrelated, elements of the provision. The 4 elements have a natural and rational order of space, voice, audience, and influence. Now, this is a bit of a long list. In 2012, Andreas Karsten identified 36 different models of youth and citizen participation in which the importance of youth voice plays various degrees of importance. You'll be delighted to know that I'm not going to compare and contrast all those models here, but suggest that this proliferation of models is perhaps a sign that trying to define youth voice as a singular entity is a lost cause from the outset. Rather than trying to define a complex phenomenon under one all-encompassing model or metaphor, it might make more sense to see it as a polyphonal phenomenon, multifaceted, multi-structured, multi-purposed, and multi-voiced. So, when it comes, in times of ambivalence and complexity, it's time to turn to art again. And I'd like to show you a brief clip, but I'm not allowed to give us another perspective on the challenge of youth voice. I'd like to introduce you to Kenny Craig. He was a hypnotist. He's a hypnotist from the BBC TV series Little Britain of a few years ago. But unfortunately, I can't show that, as I've explained. But this clip here is an interesting one. Kenny became famous for his catchphrase, "Look into my eyes, look into my eyes, not around my eyes, not around my eyes, don't look around my eyes, look into my eyes, you're under," in his very poor hypnotist act. And in this clip, you'll see in the full presentation, we hear a young woman not remembering to agreeing to go on the date with Kenny. And that reminded me of student subject choices being strangely limited at critical times in students' educational development. Later on in the clip, he discourages her against her will to choose the set menu over lobster. He persuades her to choose water instead of champagne with his catchphrase, "Look into my eyes, not around the eyes, not around the eyes, look into my eyes, you're under." And then I ask myself whether this tells us something about how often young people in school can be hypnotized into expressing their school's desires rather than their own. So when we find ourselves asking ourselves, whose voice are we actually listening to? The voice of the young woman or that of Kenny Craig? Then it's time to resort to art again, this time in the shape of some old English music hall tradition to gain some further insights into the ephemeral concept that is youth voice. Now, in this clip, if you get a chance to see it, it's a familiar sight from all over the world, I'm sure. A ventriloquist dummy fighting against the will of its operator. Often, the operator's own voice is expressing the revolt through the voice of the dummy, which adds an additional nuance to what we understand as the voices of the ventriloquist and the dummy. Ventriloquation, when a speaker speaks through the voice of another for the purpose of social or interactional positioning, is not just a spooky music hall act, but is also brilliantly demonstrated in Toy Story 4 again, when Woody, on his quest to return the trash toy Forky to his owner Bonnie, chances upon a doll called Gabby Gabby in an antique store and her slavish ventriloquist dummies, the Bensons. Again, not able to show that today, but the conflict between Woody and Gabby Gabby is at its heart a fight for the voice of the child. Gabby Gabby's voice box is broken, and her desire to replace it leads her to capturing Woody and offering a deal. Give me your voice box and I'll give you back your lost toy, Bo, and by implication, his long-lost love. The Bensons in this particular scene are particularly spooky, and they're instrumental in her fight to regain her voice box. And Woody, ever the Tom Hanks hero, obliges. He donates his voice box to her through a surgical procedure, which is a bit grim, which leads her to eventually gain the attention of a lost child at the end of the film, which ensures everybody's happiness. But if you scratch the surface of Toy Story 4, there are several other delights in store for you when it comes to understanding the complexities of youth voices. Now, the concept of heteroglossia, roughly translated as multi-languageness, is described by Bakhtin in his work Discourse in the Novel. And it refers to the idea that there are several distinct languages within any single, apparently unified language or text, and that different languages each have a different voice which compete with one another for dominance. This is exemplified in this clip from Toy Story 4. In his search for Woody, Buzz Lightyear, who all through the film has been advised to listen to his inner voice, struggles to listen to the voice he wants to hear from the button-induced phrases from his own voice box. He'll hear, "It's an uncharted mission in uncharted space," but that doesn't cut it. "No time to explain" isn't what's needed. "To infinity and beyond" is missing the point. But finally, the inner voice phrase, "the slingshot maneuver," does the trick, and Buzz is off to save the day again, reminding us in the process that the inner voice is also far more complex, more heteroglossic than we might imagine. Toy Story 4 also shows how children's voices are constructed through acts of impersonation. In one of the final chase sequences through the carnival at the end of the film, one of the toy gang, Trixie, impersonates the family car's GPS system, and the toys manipulate the controls, so taking control of the car. So, bearing in mind the hypnotists, ventriloquists, and impersonators which construct our inner voice, we can conclude that always in transition, voice is not a fixed entity. We do not speak consistently for long. We are always learning and always listening to new voices which we try to ignore, assimilate, pass off as our own, or wrestle into a completely different form. Our authentic voice can never be completely pinned down or determined because our lives depend on flux and flow, confluence and influence. "Listen to your inner voice," says Buzz Lightyear throughout the film. But which one, we might ask ourselves. So, is the search for authenticity a false one, given the heteroglossic, provisional and fluid nature of voice? And if so, then what hope is there for organizations like the Mighty Creatives and at a macro level policymakers who place great value on the need to hear the voices of young people and the wider community at large? I think the hope lies in the very plurality that the word voices suggests, and the recognition that voice is dynamically constructed and reconstructed, shaped by many different counter or affirmative voices. To channel the voice of Judith Butler and her work on identity, we do not have a voice, we perform multiple voices. Voice is a performative act, not a state of authentic, inviolable being. So bearing this in mind, what are the implications for policymakers and practitioners who genuinely want to ensure that the influence and agency of young people can be felt in their organizations and practice. How does policy contend with ambiguity, ambivalence, and multiplicity of voices and views? Now, the Mighty Creatives and many other cultural organizations across the world are not alone in wanting to hear the voices of our beneficiaries. The desire stems from the recognition that the arts have a critical role in the civic life of nations, and for this role to play out to its full effect, listening and acting upon the voices of citizens is crucial. A study undertaken by King's College London for the Gulbenkian Foundation in 2016 highlights the work of Bacon and Causa from 1999 and their argument that it's the very presence of the multiplicity of voices which leads to civic dialogue and democracy. They say civic dialogue plays an essential role in the workings of democracy, giving voice to multiple perspectives on challenging issues, enabling people to develop more multifaceted, humane and realistic views of issues and each other, and helping diverse groups find common ground. Dialogue can help diverse groups find common ground on a particular issue. Face-to-face exchange prompts people to develop a more multifaceted, human, realistic picture of their fellow citizens and of an issue in the absence of which there is a tendency to stereotype opponents and reduce issues to extremes, something we found a lot during the Brexit process. Their emphasis on dialogue between multiple voices can direct us to see how we might better develop our intentions to listen to and act upon the voices of young people. But this leads me to three final questions. If we could recognize our own multiple voices of ourselves, might this lead to the democratization of ourselves and an acceptance of our differences to ourselves, first of all, from which acceptance of the other might follow? Could recognizing the hypnotists, the ventriloquists, and impersonators in our own lives somehow lead to greater tolerance of the multiplicity of the voices of the other and lead to societies which are more at ease with themselves? And finally, when it comes to your time to hearing the voices of young people, how do you perform? Are you a hypnotist, a ventriloquist, an impersonator, or something else? And I'd like to leave this with you for the Q&A session later, perhaps. But in the meantime, I'd like to end with a return to art. A couple of years ago, the Mighty Creatives produced a conference called Creating the Future, challenging perspectives and broadening horizons for young people. It was designed, developed and delivered by 5 young people. The conference produced many challenging conversations about how young voices could inform the future. We asked the poet, writer and creative producer Charlie Geneva to capture the day's events and write them up into what she calls notes for change, which I shall finish this presentation with now. The last note, the last 2 notes, provide a partial answer to the questions I have just posed. And I think that is leading us up to 1 o'clock with a few minutes to spare. So I'd like to say thank you for your time and attention. Paldies, I think it is in Latvian, is that right? Thank you, and look forward to engaging with you somehow through Zoom or Facebook or YouTube somewhere.
Thank you, Professor Nick Owen. And now, before we move to the question and answer section, as it was known beforehand that Professor Pīters Guzuasis will not join us today, there have been some communication regarding questions about his topic beforehand, and Professor Baiba Tjärve will present those to us.
Yes, hello everyone. I don't know, we have just a few minutes left, so maybe I can share just one of the questions I pose to Professor Guzuasis. So I asked him actually several questions, and maybe one of the most interesting answers was really connected to the topic of our conference. I asked him how he thinks what arguments can be used for policy makers, and what arguments he has used in his experience to assure politicians and policy makers and also school teachers about significant role of art and music. And he answered that this is interesting, that not actually in his experience that school board members and arts educators and policy makers usually do not understand tables and very sophisticated statistic analysis. So he thinks that it's very important to translate any research in terms that is understood for everyone. And in one of his articles, he has also put link to it. He has argued that it's possible also to perform, to present results in a very performative way. And he shares one of such experiences where he has performed statistical data and research for the Policy Commission in Brazil. And he has described it also in his paper. You can read it afterwards. He also shares such visions that it's very important to read research carefully. He thinks that very often policymakers and also colleagues, researchers, just look at the abstract and do not read properly what is written in the studies. And finally, also he thinks that it's very important to work together with different type of researchers who are better than arts researchers to analyze data. His research is really based on a lot of statistical data, and he says that usually he works together with other type of researchers, and that has mutually increased also this cooperation, and he has got better results. So these are just few insights of Professor Guzuasis, how he thinks it's important to share results so that these studies do not stay just in the shelf of researchers. So Agnes, you have to decide whether to ask other questions or go for a very short pause, or just we go on with our conference.
So in case, I think now it's better not to continue with the questions, as we want, and we are joining the Minute of Silence held now in Austria for the victims and against the hate and anti-democratic attitude. So that will be at 1 o'clock, and that's what we are doing now. And now it's time for a short break. It will be 10 minutes. And after that, we will continue with the first session. We are back, and the topic of the first session is art and cultural education, social issues, identities, and democracy. And now I'm giving the floor to the moderator of the first session, Dr. Sirikit Aman.
Thank you, Christina. I hope everybody can hear me. My name is Sirikit Aman. I'm from the ÖAD, that's an agency for education here based in Vienna. And I also represent the INO Austria, together with Arno Weigl, who will have the second session of this day. Thank you to Baiba, everybody who did a wonderful job for organizing this conference in this really not so easy time with Corona and all the other things. So thank you for you. You did a really good job today. Today, in this session, we will hear 4 interest lectures that deals with our topic in a data-based, hands-on, research-based learning manner. The setting that the speakers are presented are around 50 minutes, and there will remain few minutes for 1 or 2 questions. So if you have questions, please type it on the chat, so I will find out the set of questions so that we can have a little bit after the talks discussion about what is going on. So the first presenters, 2 colleagues from Greece, from the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs. This is Marta Christopoulou and Dr. Arampatsi Akatarin. I hope I pronounce it right. Both are at the Greek Ministry, as I mentioned before, and I think Mrs. Arampatsi is also at the University of Thessaloniki. In their presentation, they will focus on how arts and culture education can increase the 21st century skills. During their school visits and field notes, they focus on following questions. What is being done in visual art and literacy education to promote critical cultural awareness, and how is it being done? And the second question was, what are the possibilities and challenges currently and in the future? So now you both, the floor is yours. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope that you are able to see our presentation. I am Katerina Arabadzi. There is a misconception. I'm afraid I have no relation whatsoever with the University of Thessaloniki.
And I am Martha Christopoulou. We both work at First Regional Center of Educational Planning of Attica. Katerina will explain what this is in a few moments. So Katerina will share the screen and she will start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start, we would like to express our deepest condolences to our colleagues from Austria. It's a very sad event today. Okay, so what are we trying to do is that as educational coordinators, we would like to report our thoughts regarding the implementation of arts education in Greek schools, in primary and secondary education. What we try to do is answer the following questions. Why critical cultural awareness is important? What is being done in the visual arts and literacy education to promote critical cultural awareness, and how it is being done? What are the possibilities and challenges currently and in the future? Let me start by explaining what our role and responsibilities are. Both Martha and I are education coordinators. Well, as you can see, our role is quite complex. We are responsible for educational planning, monitoring, coordinating, and supporting public schools, special education, and private schools, providing primary and secondary teachers with the necessary pedagogical and scientific support, planning and offering in-service training for teachers, advancing educational policies, facilitating schools in applying these policies in cooperation with other educational institutions like universities, proposing to the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs all the necessary improvements, all alterations regarding teaching or pedagogy. Please do not this lead you to the assumption that because we are proposing something, the ministry follows our suggestions. Specifically, our area of action is, as you can see on the map of Athens there, the dots are schools. Our area is the most populated area of Athens, the capital of Greece. We are responsible for primary, secondary, special education schools. Our students are aged 5 to 18 years old, and recently the population has changed. Our population is ethnically, culturally, socially, and economically diverse. This poses educational challenges not only for teachers, but also for us, education coordinators and policymakers, who have been called to respond and formulate adequate curricula to meet the needs of all learners. The recent financial crisis and the subsequent, economic changes in Greece had significant impact on education. Considerably reductions in research, investment, infrastructure, and operational costs funding have been made. The current discourse on transforming education was constructed accordingly to a market-driven society and attempted to link education with economy. So it happened that school curricula were reorganized in order to give emphasis on promoting the acquisition of skills and competencies in mathematics, science, and literacy through effective and innovative teaching and assessment to foster critical thinking, especially through STEM education. That reorganization of the school curricula led to a reduction in the time allotted for arts education, especially in primary schools. Arts education is compulsory in primary education and consists mostly of visual arts, music, and drama education. These occupy only a small proportion of the total curriculum time in comparison to other school subjects, such as language and mathematics, and are taught by specialist teachers. In particular, visual arts are taught for 2 teaching periods for grades 1 and 2, and for 1 teaching period per week for grades 3 up to 6. Music is taught for 1 teaching period for grades 1 up to 6, while drama education is taught for 1 teaching period for grades 1 up to 4. In comparison to primary education, dedicated curriculum time is further reduced in secondary education schools. According to state curriculum, in lower education, in lower secondary schools, music and visual arts are taught for only 1 hour per week. In upper secondary schools, there is not a single education subject taught in the compulsory curriculum. There is an optional drama education subject which students could be taught, but this could take place only if it is selected by a sufficient number of students and only if a specialist drama teacher is appointed to the school. The 2 hours dedicated to the visual arts and music, which were taught as an elective subject in the 1st grade of upper secondary schools, since June 2020 were replaced by English and second foreign language, French or German. So at this time, at upper secondary school, no art subject is taught. Well, arts can be taught through other school subjects like language, mathematics, or history, especially in primary or lower secondary education. The content of education through the arts is considered within the framework of core school subjects. In such activities, art making is probably treated as a supplement for language or other school subjects. This shows a misguided interpretation of arts integration, as art activities do not aim to develop aesthetic awareness or specific artistic skills, but to serve as subservient to other school subjects. Another area where arts are welcomed is the extracurricular program activities in secondary schools. In most of the cases, drama is preferred over other art activities. Yet, other forms like fashion, filmmaking, music, animation are quite ignored in Greek primary and secondary schools. Therefore, it seems that art activities are subservient to other school subjects. My colleague Martha will now continue. Thank you.
Okay, for this work, we adopted the notion of critical cultural awareness, which is understood as the ability to evaluate critically and on the basis of explicit criteria, perspectives, practices, and products in one's own culture and other cultures. This ability is considered that can be developed through arts education, and especially through visual arts and literacy, by giving students opportunities to understand personal narratives as authentic and valid knowledge, critique systemic power structures. Working as education coordinators in inner city, next slide, working as education coordinators in inner city primary and secondary schools for the past 2 years gave us the opportunity to identify issues and challenges primary and secondary teachers face in culturally diverse school environments. These include multilingual classrooms where students do speak their mother tongue, which is different from the Greek language, teaching Greek as a second language to immigrant and refugee students, integrating the students in the school and local community while respecting their unique cultural identities, and bending resistance from local actors. Regarding the arts and cultural education, these issues were related to the place of the arts in the schools, arts content used in curriculum integration, and the relevance of arts learning experiences students' lives. Next one. And now, what is our methodology? We tried to, through our school visits and the seminars we organized, we kept field notes and we observed what the teachers do in both secondary and primary schools. And then we reflected on these seminars we organized. This raised 3 questions. Why critical awareness is important? What are the current practices in primary and secondary arts education? What are the future perspectives in primary and secondary arts education? And what recommendations we can suggest? Next one. Why critical awareness is important? First of all, this is because there is a huge diversity in the student population nowadays. There is no differentiation about in the use of students' culture and cultural heritage among primary and secondary schools. And there is a priority given in teaching about dominant Greek culture. This is given by the Greek national curriculum. and an emphasis given to academic achievements. All this leads to the need for embracing a critical awareness approach, a critical cultural awareness approach, okay. So let's see what is the current practices that our field notes, reflections, and observations revealed during school visits and from the seminars and the workshops. They showed a narrow scope of arts and cultural education and a failure to contextualize students' voices and personal narratives, and this results to limiting their opportunities for a meaningful engagement in the lessons. This also raises questions about whether teachers could move beyond universalized knowledge about the different world cultures and counter normalized narratives and develop an pedagogy that supports various cultural voices and lived experience in order to diminish educational disparities. They also showed that teachers had a tendency to utilize theme-oriented curricula, lesson plans and resources focusing on cultural traditions and aspects such as music, language, customs, celebrations, and rituals. This implies that there is a necessity to develop and use issue-oriented multicultural art resources and curricula that emphasize art's potential to promote social change by exploring social issues. Next one. Field notes from workshops where teachers, primary school teachers, generalists, and specialists were asked to develop multicultural art education lesson plans, revealed that they lacked comprehensive knowledge of multicultural education teaching approaches. This probably happens because most of them had little or none training on multicultural and visual cultural education theories during their teacher preparation programs. It may also be the case that primary and secondary teachers have difficulties to translate theory into practice. Observations also during school visits revealed that arts integration in most cases did not involve adequate preparation or collaboration with the specialist teachers. This probably happens because the school curriculum and time allotted to each school subject does not leave space for collaboration. Regarding visual arts, they seem to be an add-on to learning activities for subjects such as language or history. In this kind of instruction, aesthetic awareness, critical reviewing, or specific artistic skills acquisition were neglected. Next one. Regarding the extra thing, yes. Sorry, I missed the point. The extracurricular activities in secondary education, we observed that they were not connected in the learning activities from the morning programs, and they didn't provide opportunities to the students to build on their social capital. So what are the future perspectives? Having all this in mind, we propose that several actions should be taken into account. First of all, this include high quality professional development for secondary and primary school generalist and specialist teachers in multicultural arts education, since one-day seminars or workshops may offer superficial or unconnected knowledge. There is a need also for developing communities of practice with everyday school life to develop a series of week-long or month-long programs that could expose students to local cultures and communities and reinforce appreciation of diversity. Also, there is a need for changing the school's culture, for creating a nurturing and cooperative environment in which students would feel motivated to work and acquire a deep level of cultural awareness and understanding. Also, there is a need for collaboration between schools and cultural organizations like museums, art centers, or galleries. This could give opportunities to enhance art education programs in schools and offer opportunities to explore and generate dialogue around culture and cultural development. So, in conclusions, we think that promoting critical cultural awareness is a core, should be a core curriculum aim, and should be connected to critical multiculturalism and include students' various cultural voices and everyday experiences, and also derogate systemic power and privilege. So for this reason, we propose that curricula should be changed and shift focus from the academic perspective to an arts education perspective. And there is, as a closing statement, I need to say that arts education can open a new enriching window to a world where individuality thrives within a welcoming community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both for your perfect presentation. I saw just there's no question in the chat. Maybe there are questions under us all. If not, I have a question to you both. In your did you also ask the school principals what they are thinking of the acceptance of creativity awareness in their schools? Do you think that creativity has a room in their schools, or just no room in the curriculum? I hope my English was correct.
Katerina?
Okay. I am a teacher at the secondary education, so I will speak for this level of schools. There is a room of creativity, and of course, many times teachers manage to work outside of the state curriculum. But this poses a lot of problems. They can work a bit independently in lower secondary schools, but not upper secondary, because upper secondary, they have to work towards state exams. So creativity is not something that has place. The biggest problem, of course, is that the curriculum is state imposed on schools, most of the times without us giving any insights or opinions or suggestions regarding all the alterations. Martha?
Well, yeah, for primary education, I would say that there is also pressure to cover the subject matter of its school subject, which is posed by the curriculum and by the state program. And this leaves, does not leave much space for doing creative activities. They try to find time, but this is not up to, without collaborating with each other, without having some standards for multicultural education. This is what I said. They do mainstream activities like programming for some theater or drama activities around national celebrations, which excludes automatically students from other cultures. The problem is to bring all these cultures together, and each school is different. The schools I supervise are in the center of Athens, and the population is extremely diverse. There are few Greek students in each class, so the other students does not speak. They do not hear their voices, which is sad. But there are schools that do good work. This is what I have to say as well.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, or I don't see some hand raises. So I thank you very much for your presentation. And sorry for the wrong university. I was just Googling and I found this. So thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And I think we will start on with Roberta Busechian. I hope I pronounce her name right. Yes. She's from Germany. I don't see her already. Is she on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. She's from Germany, and she is a sound artist and a sound studios researcher. And I hope I found it out right. She's also a professor at the Sound Art in Milan and a lecturer in Venice, Trieste, and Berlin. And in her presentation, she presents us the potential of sound, which were used as tools of communication, offering a language and transmission of emotions. So, Mrs. Busechian, I hope it's right.
Busechian, yeah, that's right.
It's your floor now.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so we start just briefly with the keynote. I hope you will see my shared screen. Okay, the project I'm talking about, it's a project of mine. I started in 2018. And I started this project because of my activity as a sound artist and as a sound researcher. And since I'm working at Jugendkunstschulen in Berlin, there are like art schools and music schools here, public institution, cultural institution, they are giving the possibility to the young students. We are speaking about people from the primary and secondary school to have art and music courses after school time. And the main question of this project I started was, what if sound art could be introduced as a subject in primary and secondary education, and how could it be more developed as a program for younger students with and without artistic and musical interests? I think that this question involves both schools alongside public artistic institutions and public space. Klangkunst in MV, the project, was attempted to provide participants with sound art and soundscape related knowledge about how spatial acoustics, noise, and silence can be used critically to open up new ways of communicating personal and interpersonal issues. Focusing on hip-hop and rap music was my starting point to introduce young students to sound and music production, like between theory and practice. Just briefly about the project, was developed from March 2018 till June 2019 in Atrium, Berlin. It's a Jugendkunstschule art school in cooperation with Comics and Bettina von Arnim Schule, and was funded through Paritätische Bildungswerk and Programm JEP, Jung, Engagiert, Fantasiebegabt. Märkische Viertel, for those don't know, that's a locality in the borough of Reinickendorf, Berlin. And it's a large housing estate. There are about 17,000 apartments built between 64 and 74. And according to the studies of the housing company Gesobau, the Märkisches Viertel has a very high proportion of foreigners of Berlin. Therefore, I thought it was possible to work there, particularly with sound artistic and field recording practice, to motivate participants to cooperate by their orientation toward their living space with focus on building a strong working group and community. The participants didn't know each other before we started the course. That's an important thing to say. This course offered actually a possibility for the participant to empower their knowledge about sound, but also to discover the borough they are living in, and where they were going to school. And as I said, why I started with sound art, but I preferred to work with basics of hip hop and rap music. When I started, I noticed that a lot of students were were writing rap text. So they are very proficient in writing, and they had actually a very good knowledge of the contemporary rap scene worldwide. And using hip hop to talk about sound art, to talk about sound research, to talk about sound environment was because through self and phenomenal consciousness, it would be possible for me to let them discover their environment. Through social cognition and second person engagement, I could build with them group dynamics. And with collective intentionality, like working as a group, sharing their interests, I could build with them a community. However, it was not simple. It was not simple because we were starting from nothing. They didn't know what sound art is. And that's why I prefer to work with them from the end to the beginning of a project, like starting with focusing on where I would like to perform, where I would like to present my final product, my final song, my final sound installation. And there we started with discovering the public space of Märkische Viertel. They brought me, for example, to a basketball playground. They brought me to the river when they were going, when they were younger. And we discovered some places that were also places of their memory. And I use also these places to let them have normal talks with each other, like using the spacing to exchange everyday life. And we were doing this 1 year long. That means every Wednesday, there were always like session where we were talking and walking around the Märkische Viertel, recording ourselves, recording our walking sounds and the environment. Why hip hop and sound art? Hip hop and sound art was the main focus. So we started with free beats. We started with downloaded beats. Why? I wanted them to understand how quick is to find something already done in internet, and let them think also about the quality of the sound they will find, and what's the difference of what does it change if I produce them by myself and when someone produces it for me, and also about the format, obviously WAV, MP3. And we were using also these bits to as a kind of frame, a frame to work with text. Beats were giving them rhythm. They're giving them like a start and an end, and they were able to improvise on that and write text. They had like a frame, and they had sometimes they told a story, like a personal, emotional story, or like about their love, or about how boring is the school, and about things and themes young people are sharing normally. And the question also about low and hi-fi comes toward when we were taking the beats away. So they were kind of they were the way we were approaching a kind of scarnification of the song. So taking the beat away and leaving the text where they were singing, and leaving also the field recording we made. We produce experimental sound art pieces that could be installed, they could be performed in live, or they could be uploaded to let them share it with other friends, with other people from their school. And that's what exactly happened when I'm speaking about building a community. They were not only building a community between them, but also building a community outside our course. What's happened is that during these 3 years, I'm still working with them. They're coming every year to my course, and they're also bringing other people that were interested in starting with sound art research. And another point, I was also using locations like site-specific work to tell them briefly about theory of sound art. Like when we were in this situation on the river, I started then to talk about Aeneas Lookwood, environmental sound work and life narratives, and about her project on different rivers, like sound map of the Hudson River or sound map of the Danube. And I was trying always to give them some notions. And what I realized, they were using these notions to start their own discourse. For example, in this situation on the river, we had a long recording that's also on the website. I would like to share with you on the chat, maybe after. And they started to speak about what they were reading at school. Like they come up with a Schiller story, the drama, The Robbers. And they, in this situation, they also were conscious that their voice was recorded. So their voice themselves, they were put in the recording. And this is the consciousness I'm speaking about. And this is the consciousness I wanted to reach with them, like being aware of if I put myself in the recording, what happens? And what happens if I put myself out of the recordings? From which perspective I'm looking at the public space, and from which perspective I'm looking at myself being in the public space. And also these walks that we made on the river, alongside the streets of the Märkischer Viertel, I want us also to contextualize them with the idea of sound walking, also mentioning Hildegard Westerkamp, but also letting them write texts as diaries. And that's why also a part of the project is called Sound Diary, because every text they produce, there was like catalog, and they could pick this text, also share their text, and like evolve their text with each other, and record them also with the same practice I told you before, like beats, taking the beats away and leave the experimental part, in the sense that sound and voice could interact with environments. As I mentioned, we work mainly on Sanskrit and field recording. For the material, for the sonic material, we documented it. And the last part of the project was also what was the strategy I used, the educational strategy, was also to let them present themselves on the social media, like let them ask themselves, who am I? Am I an artist? I'm seeing myself as a musician, or it's just a hobby. And like putting themselves in the environment as a sound artist or putting themselves as a musician would also change the way they communicate the material and the elements we have in our course with the outside, with the public. And another point was also, as I told you before, putting themselves in the public space situation was also related to sound activism, like aware of their role, being aware of their role when they photograph themselves in the public space, where they identify themselves with the urban space, or maybe they don't identify themselves with the space where they are listening or with the space they were living. So let them also use both imaginary level of expression and also realistic level of expression, like using aesthetical manipulation of recorded sound and voice to express some important issues like poverty, like the problems where with housing in Märkische Viertel, personal problem they have. And these ideas came all, they developed all the time during the course. And at the end, what we made was a big event at the end of, it was June 2019, when they were told to organize the event from the beginning to the end, as I told you, like letting them actually collaborate with them, with each other, also to build the lineup of the event, from present it, perform it, and before perform it, install it. I think that the important outcome of the project, and it's also the outcome I'm still working on during this year, is how the media are present in music manifestation the young generation is listening to, and how this media production related to the auditive culture could influence them and influence the listening attitude. What it looks from the outcome I had and the feedback I had from my students were that they also experience a changing not only from the outside, like how they develop their project, but also by themselves, how they body changed, how their voice changed, how their songs, their sound composition were always mutating, how they always changing and regenerating themselves from every time we record again. Finally, I would like to conclude that I think that this experience and this project showed that in order to work site-specifically with young people, related to their listening ability and letting them know some notions of how they could actually be active in sound production, and they could also use alternative ways of sound production, like, as I told you, recording, voice, and listening to each other, to let them go intuitively and without construction in creativeness, in creativity. And this is to know that they didn't know how long the process would be, how long it will take to work on a sounded project. And they need also time to digest all the notions, to digest also the fact that it's not so simple to build beats. It's not so simple to define what is high quality and what is low quality. And it's not simple also to approach the public and to understand who I want to approach. This is finally the environment we were working with and the main issues of the project. And yes, I'm really happy about this, about how it's developed, because this strong community they built, it's going further. And as I told you, this mechanism of communicating also outside the school, but working creatively with each other and exchanging also their environment, their living environment after school together. It is one of the main focus I'm working now. And I think that for the future, we will try to develop also live stream spots within the project, where they could also produce at their home and also work on the availability of technical tools they could have, like let them give the possibility work from their smartphone without having a huge necessity to buy stuff or to organize themselves or use computers, and let them also experience the walking through, to experience the way they could be active, they could produce also being in the city and walking through it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Busekian, sorry, for your speech. I have a question now to the audience. Are there some questions left to her so that we can talk a little bit with her? Okay, I can't see anything, but I have a question to you. This project seems it was more than a sound art project. It was, like you just explained, it was a interdisciplinary project. It was also a social project because you just invited what we see on the pictures, more or less kids from the migration scene. And it was also a self-awareness project for the kids. So my question is, did you find out that those kids who were normally very shy and don't talk a lot or were not in the front came up in this project to open themselves and go out of themselves and show what's inside of them, so that they are more integrated in the class?
I have to say, absolutely, yes, it was coming up in particular when we were working on text, because I gave them the possibility to express themselves in the language they wanted, in the language that was more close to them, and in the way they were using the language they are able to express emotions with, and actually they could also be more creative with. They tended to be more relaxed also in front of the others, because one of the problems was also, not the problem, but the issue was that they were not knowing each other before. And as you say, they were also from I think, yeah, the 80% of them, they were from immigration background, and they also shared some cultural and social meeting points through their text. And I think the most important thing in this way, like letting them open, letting them discuss to each other, and letting also in German say, come to Sprache, to come to the word, to say, to come to the language, to express the language, was very important. Also let them work with the voice in an experimental way, change the voice into sound, into noise, also experience also noise as a way to communicate, as a communication tool.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. And if there's no question anymore, then I will go further on with the next presentation with Andres Saba.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here.
She's from the University of Cyprus, and she will talk about to us about between art and pedagogical, but participatory practices in art education. And her presentation are based on how creativity can connecting disciplines like research and practice. And she gives us an insight into the process of implementing the Cyprus art curriculum, which is gradually created and continues to evolve. So, Ms. Saba, it's your floor.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Now we see something. Yes, it's okay now. We see this, your screen.
Okay. Is that okay now?
Yes, it's okay. We see it.
Okay. First, I would like to thank for organizing this conference in these difficult times. Thank you very much. I'm Andres Saba from the University of Cyprus, and I'm going to talk about participatory practices in art education and the links between art and pedagogy. This presentation is part of an ongoing research aiming to develop methods and strategies for participatory learning in the visual arts. And in doing so, I argue that artistic know-how is the opposite of the school art style. School art style is the art produced by children in school that it is game-like, ritualistic, and rule-governed, usually resulting to the proper expected look. In order to develop ways of learning in the visual arts that are engaging and participatory, we need to support teaching and learning art as a form of research. The research emerged as a necessity to support contemporary approaches to art and discourses in relation to the current educational reform in Cyprus. And this reform supports participation and engagement in art as a human right. It also supports art from a political stance of viewing education as a co-constructed process by both children and practitioners. And it also includes thematic areas, the big ideas, emphasizing participatory practices and social engagement. For example, we have two big ideas in early childhood education is community, and in secondary and primary education is about society and life. Examples described in this presentation provide evidence of art as practice, as research, and emphasize ways of learning in the visual arts that have been implemented by teachers, researchers, and artists. Each example describes ways that are participatory and provides information on how teachers, artists, researchers manage to facilitate learning. Data collected were based on teachers, artists, and researchers' visual research, photographs, visual diaries, and field notes, and ways of knowing how that are described as practices were emerged and underlined. For this presentation, I'm going to refer to two essential ways of knowing how. The first one is about play and playfulness, and the second one is about forms of resistance and collectivism. But why play is essential to art? A person in play is active, engage, and when he or she plays for the sake of play to keep the play alive, it contributes to the development of self and the community. In this example, The artist teacher creates an observatory center in a nursery school. The artist appears with a basket full of flowers and leaves that the children collected by visiting the gardens of neighbors in the previous day. In artist's own words, I got this idea as I was walking through the pathway near the school garden, where suddenly I noticed the shadows of the flowers. To play is to engage, and when we play, we pick up objects, ideas, or themes and turn them upside down, experiment with them, often arriving at something inspiring and amazing. Yet, we don't play for the outcome, but for its own sake. The artist researcher, in collaborating with the other teachers in the school, also introduced fresh ideas from other artists and initiated the children to an ongoing play where children could transform an indoor space to a drawing garden. The art researcher acted as a model and participated in drawing the garden with the children, while gradually she stepped back. As the artist teacher said, when children play, they pick up objects and encouraged to see this from another perspective. And why not transform this to something else? The artist teacher enriched play with visual stimulation objects based on children's ideas. Meanings engaged emerged in a natural way, and objects have been added to the drawing garden to facilitate its meaning connecting to experience or imagination. For example, water cans were used to transform flowers to houses. Toy trucks were used to carry magic ideas. Play is a creative action, and when we act, we engage in the creative process. In this creative process, we take objects, we do something with them. We do something else to them as well. This exactly the quote from Jasper Jones led me to the next project, which integrates forms of resistance. The following example is based on student-teachers' collaborative effort during the first lockdown COVID period 2020. Their initiative was an attempt to continue making art. So they studied how they could promote such an effort by studying Fluxus movement and many other contemporary artists. Do something in Greek language means ganegadi was a challenge for them and others. Their research evolved through researching the practices of others, adapting and borrowing ideas, and flowed. The Latin word fluxus means flowing, through sharing and inviting others to contribute to the challenges that have been posted on social media. Irini Dimitriou, a student of mine, explores ideas by analyzing the practices of others and looking for connections and ways of represent her own challenge. Finally, she designs an invitation and challenge titled as What Makes Me Me. In her own words, at the beginning I thought that it won't be interesting, but gradually people responded in various ways. Maria's examples involved members of her family and creative questions reinforcing play. Others also followed. George adapts the practices of an architect researcher and works by experimenting. Others also followed his challenge. The next one is about forms of resistance, but it related mostly with collectivism and protest. Christina has presented her work to a group of young people, 16 to 18, as well as university students. She presented also other contemporary artists working in similar ways. During her presentation, she focused on practices that relate to how we can intervene to public places and interact with viewers. She discussed how we explore the meanings of the place. The puppy in this image is considered to be the symbol of Morpheus, the god of dreams. Just before the flower in the bud hangs upside down and gets his normal position when really blooms. The way of the flowering of the puppy symbolizes the rebirth of heroes square, but also the souls of people who once lived in the abandoned houses with the red lights. People could add to this place a flower or pick up from this place a flower. She discussed also how she explores the meanings of a place and how symbols could be used to extend that meaning, and finally, how audiences can interact in making their actors. Through discussing possibilities of intervention in their immediate place, she offered also opportunities to students to explore their own place, the university, the cafeteria, the public street, the garden, the lecture room, the lab, to introduce ideas and decide collectively on how to make a statement through an artistic intervention. These are also two other artists presented by Christina. Finally, students have decided collectively, developed their ideas and documented their work. They made small clay figures and installed them in different places in the university and in the public streets. In doing so, the clay figures gained a sense of identity and created a community of leaders, followers, thinkers, and activists. They were attached to meanings through playful stories and posed questions. What is knowledge? What kind of culture is this? How do you use those objects? And finally, the last example is about forms of resistance. Not asking for it seems like a pretty basic, simple idea. Who asked to be injured, raped, or killed? Whose behavior asks for this response? While the answer seems to be obviously no one's, unfortunately, there are many people who do not agree. Not asking for it is a global creative women's rights campaign, and as such, inspired a group of students in the UCY, in the university, to adopt practices and make a protest inside the university. And finally, what I'm interested in is finding what kind of thinking processes engages in more contemporary practices. How to overcome the obstacle of school art style. Artistic know-how is experiential, complex, and context-specific. Artists talk about the importance of learning through doing and how their knowledge is gained through practice. Thinking through the practices of others is one of the ways that enable artists, teachers, and students to act like researchers and engage them in complex thinking processes, exploring the medium, the context, the concept, idea, or experience. Participatory practices engage audiences beyond the short-term aims of an art lesson. They allow connections and co-productions and the sharing of knowledge with audiences. Teachers who make an effort to overcome the barrier of the school art style, they engage children in complex ways of learning, including those ways that are contemporary, participatory, and relevant to their lives. And finally, I would like to thank all those young people, students, and artists who collaborated with me and offered me an enormous amount of images full of inspiration. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sava, for these really wonderful impressions you gave us in your lecture.
I'm ready to answer any questions if you have any.
it's not kind question because it's less question what you left in your presentation. But what I think it was, the pictures was like a Q&A. Some are talking, make a question, and there was an answer of the other one. So because there's some difference in all those things what they answered on the first picture or of the first photography. And so I think just talking about art and one of the main message of your lecture. I hope I just interpret it.
Yeah, you're right. Well. You're right, of course.
Okay, so if there's no more question to Ms. Sava, then I thank very thank you to your presentation, and then we will go on to our last presentation of our first session, and it will be done by Mrs. Agnieszka Bashane and Agnieszka Carlson from the Latvian Academy of Culture. In their presentation, they will show us the content of education that will be discussed based on empirical qualitative data generated by the Latvian Academy of Culture, and they explored what the role of cultural heritage plays in the formal and non-formal education in Latvia and how it will be contributes to sustainability. So both Agnieszka, it's your floor.
Yes, hello. Let me just, I hope you see the presentation quite well. Yes, so hello to everyone. Me and my other colleague Agnieszka, we are researchers from Academy of Culture, and we represent here today the research project funded by the Latvian Council of Science called Community Participation in Cultural Heritage Governance, Practices, Developments, and Challenges. And we think both education and cultural component have a role to play in transformation to a more sustainable society and also achieving sustainable development goals. So agenda briefly touches upon the potential of arts education to develop and conserve identity, as well as to promote diversity and dialogue amongst cultures. Quality education is one of sustainable development goals for 2030. And in this presentation, we will focus more on the content of education in Latvia. We will explore what role does cultural heritage play in formal and non-formal education in Latvia, and how it contributes to sustainability in the context of youth identity, belonging, and also civic activity.
Data used in our presentation and is based on 2 surveys carried out by Latvian Academy of Culture. In first survey, school children activities and their free time, the sample size is 1,240 respondents, and those are students in high school or courses 1 to 3 or 2nd to 3rd in vocational education institutions. And the respondents in this case filled out a questionnaire in each of the selected schools. But in survey Baltic countries about the song and dance celebration, the sample size is 3,030 respondents. That means 1,010 respondents from each country. And in this case, survey was conducted across Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia using computer-assisted telephone interview. I will also introduce you with the main concepts used in this presentation: cultural heritage, sustainability, and youth. Even though there are many definitions and interpretations, in this presentation we'll look at cultural heritage in its most holistic way. That cultural heritage is testimony of humanity's intellectual activity in tangible and/or intangible form. So that means that it's representing and expressing values, beliefs, knowledge, traditions, and the perceptions of individuals and society. In short, sustainability can be defined as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. But we will continue with this concept a bit later in the presentation. In this case, we define youth as 16 to 19 years old, and we have chosen this age group for several reasons. First, they are at this stage of their life where they're becoming young adults with new responsibilities. And also they are starting to make their own conscious decisions and are able to impact other groups and younger generations. And lastly, they're able to reflect on their own experiences. And to explain what Latvia's youth understands with cultural heritage, we wanted to show you data from the research. And we can see that in both cases, in Latvia and in Europe, they're able to mention some tangible and some intangible heritage examples. And returning to the concepts of sustainability, how do we connect it with cultural heritage? Here's the answer. We can connect all of the aspects of sustainability to cultural heritage and education, as incorporating cultural heritage topics and practices into education and engaging youth at a young age widens their perspective, educates them, strengthens their identity, sense of belonging, tolerance, and etc. And later, this affects the way the person views nature and climate change, how socially and politically active they are, how tolerant and attentive they are toward other cultures and communities, and how they make their decisions based on cultural assumptions. And also, as it's stated by UNESCO, both heritage and creativity lay the foundation for vibrant, innovative, and prosperous knowledge societies.
So in European cultural heritage strategy for the 21st century, it is supported that heritage should be in official school curriculum and or as an extracurricular activity. And this is why we will unveil the education system in Latvia in the context of cultural heritage, considering three main types of education in Latvia: formal, non-formal, and informal. And in Latvia, formal education system includes basic education, secondary education, and higher education levels, which are part of curricula in schools. And also part of formal education is vocational education, and it is quite significant category in Latvia because here the vocational orientation education, for example, art and music schools, are the ones where curriculum and the goal of this education is based on culture. Of course, there is also non-formal education, learning centers, educational activities organized outside of formal education system. And non-formal education is closely related to the after-school activities of the youth, about which we will talk about in this presentation later on. In addition, there is also informal learning, which is knowledge gained outside educational institution, for example, in family, and this we would also like to a bit touch upon in this presentation. We will start with the formal education since it is the broadest and currently faces changes in Latvia. Sorry, something is stuck. Oh, yes. So when asked to rate aspects that develop comprehension about cultural heritage, youth rated knowledge that is gained in school as their main aspect. And we keep in mind that aspects of incorporating cultural heritage in formal education can be viewed in different ways. One can say that if we take the heritage in its broadest sense, where heritage is a result of human intellectual activity, then heritage is intertwined in all the subjects in the school. However, more specifically, the cultural component, which includes also topics related to heritage, in the formal education system can be clearly found in particular school subjects: music, visual arts, cultural history, home economics, as well as rhythmic poetry and literature is taught. As shown in the data of School Youth Survey, formal education in its broad spectrum plays an important role in shaping youth's understanding about cultural heritage. Youth learns about cultural heritage not only directly from what is discussed in lessons, but also in excursions, trips, other activities that happen in school, such as celebrations or contests or other events. All of them play a big role. And even though we can already see positive tendencies, the importance of changing the formal education system and learning and teaching process has been recognized during recent years in Latvia. And this has led to educational reform, about which Zane in the morning told a lot more. And we will shortly touch upon two aspects: a competence-based approach and also a higher involvement in cultural processes with the help of the project Latvian School Bag. Regarding competence-based approach in learning, this mainly focuses on student-centered approach and competencies. So competencies not study subject, and these competencies shape a proficient student who is able to learn all of his life and is able to create innovations and adapt to various situations and embodies great qualities. And such student becomes an accountable adult who is later part of society and democratic state. So this is why a new learning and teaching process needs to be introduced. So the vision School 2030 in Latvia has three pillars: basic competencies, transversal skills, and values. And all the subjects taught in school and their teachers together are responsible for developing these skills and competencies. And even though culture also could be amongst the transversal skills, in the Vision School 2030, it is included in basic competencies. So we can see that understanding about and being interested in culture and heritage is seen as a basis for quality education and a skillful student, and later citizen and a member of society. For example, cultural heritage can be used in civic education. Talking about tangible and intangible cultural heritage helps students to discover their own personal identity and also as a part of national identity. And this gives understanding and personal experience regarding identity, traditions, history in local, Latvia or Europe level, or even in the world. And the fact that the civic education is an important part of formal education is also stated in the 4th Sustainable Development Goal, where it is stated that all learners should acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, also including human rights, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity. So it is also advisable to strengthen cooperation with memory institutions and heritage sites. So the new initiative, Latvian School Bag, is additional instrument that offers an opportunity to get acquainted with cultural heritage directly. And this initiative is being implemented starting from 2018 with the aim to provide an opportunity for school children and youth to experience Latvia, explore its values, culture through dynamic and meaningful activities, thus also strengthening the sense of belonging and civic activity. And basically, it provides the opportunity for pupils to experience a variety of activities and events of heritage, art, and culture within the educational framework, while the access to these activities will be guaranteed by the state. So, conceptual framework of the project is based on 4 pillars, 2 of which are promoting citizenship, sense of belonging to the state and national identity, and promoting and raising cultural awareness and expression. And it can be seen that here also cultural awareness, much like mentioned previously, is closely connected to healthy and tolerant society, national identity, citizenship, and belonging, and also education. So the project provides students with the opportunity to explore and experience 4 content areas, one of which is also defined as values of cultural heritage. In 2018, Ministry of Culture commissioned research towards monitoring the process of the first phase of this project. And it was asked what types of cultural events educational institutions had attended in the period of September, October, November. And second most popular answer with 80% was events regarding cultural heritage. So this was the second most popular answer. Unfortunately, this research does not explicit what kind, exactly what kind these events have been. So even though in this project, in theory, cultural heritage is viewed as a wide concept, in practice, it currently is quite narrow. Also, data showed that in most cases, it is just a museum visitation. So we see a possibility for improvement here. And consequently, that also showed that 71% of schools, in order to be informed about their potential offer and cultural experience possibilities, chose to establish cooperation with museums and cultural heritage organizations in regions in Latvia. And also 54% said they established cooperation with museums and cultural heritage organizations in Riga. So in most cases, it is the school that initiates the communication. So we can see that schools themselves quite actively try to engage their pupils in cultural heritage activities.
As mentioned before, besides the formal education, there is non-formal education that for young people usually means being involved in after-school activities. This can happen either in school, in learning centers, and in other forms. In context of Latvia, it's important to talk about non-formal activities, as 21% youth spend still 4 hours a week in after-school activities. For 24%, it's 5 to 9 hours a week. 16% gives 10 to 14 hours to that. And for 23%, it takes even more time than that. So this means that after-school activities play a big role and is important resource to incorporate heritage in youth everyday life. In Latvia, there is a strong connection between after-school activities of youth, non-formal education, and cultural heritage through involvement in song and dance celebration. One back, sorry, Agnese. This one.
Yes, sorry.
As through different forms of activities, as choir, instrument playing, theater, and dance groups, they take part in this celebration. And it's important to know that song and dance celebration happens only once 5 years, but it's based on regular work and training such as dance or choir practices in between these celebrations. And also for the context, this tradition, Baltic song and dance celebration, was enlisted in UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity in 2008. And as for youth, 42% have actively participated in song and dance celebration at some point during their lifetime. But keep in mind that they are 16 to 19 year old at this point. And also high percentage have not actively taken part, but they have followed the events on TV or in live audience. But from those that have never participated in this tradition, 10% admitted wanting to take part in this celebration as participants in some time in future. As the main benefits from participating in song and dance celebration, youth admit strong emotions that they would not be able to get in any different way, strengthening the sense of national belonging and the sense of patriotism, and also that they are participating in maintaining Latvian tradition. And the song and dance celebration is an example that illustrates that the role of non-formal education activities is important in understanding and maintaining cultural heritage. And we also want to mention informal education. Family also can be seen as informal education agency. Data shows that it is true in the context of cultural heritage too, because youth have admitted that knowledge and experiences that are gained in family is almost as important as knowledge that is gained in school in context of aspects that encourage to understand cultural heritage. As you can see here, that first was rated with 3.8, but family is rated with 3.7. So knowledge and experience that is obtained in family is also greatly contributes to the sense of belonging to Latvia. And as we mentioned earlier, a sense of belonging is important in strengthening citizenship and civic action and prioritizing sustainability as an essential part of youth life. Even though experience gained in family mostly influences sense of belonging, it is also important to acknowledge that also formal education and/or formal education activities contribute to the sense of belonging, as well as after-school activities. And it illustrates that formal and non-formal activities contribute to the sense of belonging, which is an important aspect when we talk about sustainability. It makes youth acknowledge their surroundings and feel responsible for it.
Yes, so in conclusion, to just sum up, first we realized that heritage in education and in obtaining sustainability is recognized in both globally and nationally documents. Heritage already is used as a teaching tool or one of the topics in formal education, but it is planned to be incorporated even more with the educational reform and new initiative, Latvian School Bag. Initiative already has strengthened the cooperation between schools and heritage places, and not only subjects and curricula, but the formal education system in a whole is important in raising awareness about cultural heritage. We described how youth admitted that not only lessons, but also other activities in school play a significant role. Cultural heritage is also an important part of non-formal education. So this means that after-school education and activities is important resource to incorporate heritage in youth everyday life. And the connection between cultural heritage practices and non-formal education is strengthened by youth involvement in song and dance celebration tradition. Youth has quite a strong sense of belonging to a place and admit that it is greatly influenced by knowledge about their cultural heritage gained in families. Thus, informal education is important as well. And it is also strengthened by non-formal education, as 37% of youth admitted that a benefit from participating in song and dance celebration is strengthening the sense of national belonging and patriotism. So we saw cultural heritage, education, and youth in the context of sustainability in such a way that in order to achieve the goals of 2030 agenda, a creative, motivated, and active citizen is needed. And for a person to be dynamic and take action, there needs to be a motivation and care. And this mainly could come from a strong sense of belonging to a place or culture. If individual feels a strong sense of belonging and strongly identifies with some place, they would want to protect it and make it better, thus sustainable. Identity and sense of belonging can be strengthened by art, cultural and cultural heritage. And this raises one's awareness, promotes tolerance, develops creativity, and helps to build a more meaningful connection. Simply put, when people identify with something, they want to protect it and safeguard it, make it better, and this means caring about sustainability. However, in order for this to be true, people need to get acquainted with heritage and culture early on in their life. So a big role is played by education. So in conclusion, we see a direct link between incorporating cultural heritage in education and achieving sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. I think there are none questions left because you just made everything clear from my perspective, and I think all the others will join my opinion in this case. So thank you very much for this presentation and to show how deeply involved Latvia is in cultural heritage. And so I have to thank all of you in this session for being part and to listen and to be and to discuss it. And now I will give back to Baiba and I finish this session. And thank you very much from my point of view here in Vienna.
Thank you, Sirikit, very much for your excellent moderation, and thanks all presenters for their excellent presentations. There is also some links posted in Facebook account with additional information, so you can look up information and contact also speakers afterwards. So we are a bit late, but probably we all need 5-minute break. So I would suggest that we meet 2:45 for continuation. Thank you.
Ilona, can you hear me? Okay.
People seem to be taking a little bit longer.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Difficult beginning also. Okay.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we're still waiting for people here in the room, the meeting room. Ilona is nodding, so yes. Okay, thank you. Hallo Julia. So welcome back to the conference on culture and arts education, and we start now with the second session where we focus on the impact assessment of arts and culture, and especially arts and cultural education, where we have some colleagues invited to tell us about their experience and about evidence in the field. So I would like to start to welcome our first speaker, Professor Licia Ferro. She's working at the sociology department at the University of Porto, and she's also a vice president of the European Association of Sociology. and she is a board member of the European Network of Observatories for Arts and Cultural Education. So that's also how we know each other. And yeah, I'm very happy to have you in the session. So you start with reporting from the field, and as I know well, it's about the islands of Porto and a qualitative impact assessment. So yeah, looking forward to hearing your presentation. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Aaron. I will try to share here my presentation. Are you now seeing it?
We can see your PowerPoint program. Now we can see the presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Well, I'm working in this field as a sociologist, and also I have some education in anthropology. So I'm used to work on an interdisciplinary background. And for today, I choose to talk about a project developed in the islands of Porto, because I always think that talking about this kind of processes, evaluation, impact processes, it is always better when we have a concrete project in mind. So this project, very briefly, because I don't have a lot of time, it was an intervention project using different arts expressions. It was funded by Fundação Carlos Gulbenkian, and he had several partners as PEL, which is an association developing a lot of artistic work, especially in prisons, but also in other socially difficult contexts, and also the municipality of Porto. What is an island? It is not actually an island in the sense that we usually know. An island here in Porto is like a residential typology. It was spread over the city during the second half of the 19th century. And it was developed to accommodate factory workers coming from the fields to work in the city. These islands are islands of houses, which are a little bit invisible for the ones that are walking in the streets. And they are profoundly integrated in the morphology of Porto, because they remain like hidden from the persons that are passing from the streets. And it is very different. It is a very special solution if we compare with other housing solutions developed in other cities, industrial cities of Europe. Here you have this basic typology. It is in Portuguese, I'm sorry, but it was taken from the source of a book on the islands in Porto. The island is like, here's the streets. Here you have the streets, and this is the entrance. So you cannot see the houses that are inside. You only see an entrance that seems like an entrance for a regular house, but then you have several housing units here with a main corridor, and by that time they had collective bathrooms in the end. So factors for the emergency of these islands, it was of course the fast-growing process of industrialization in the city, the accelerated growth of population, and this rural exodus to the city for the people to work. Nowadays, people still live in these islands. You have here a photo by Paulo Pimenta, which also collaborated in this project. They live in these islands even if they have little space, because these islands are in the center of the city, and they prefer to still in the center of the city and not be in the social housing project in the periphery of the city. Also because the social ties are very strong between the families and the people, which is very important for them. Solidarity, of course, there is a lot of conflict during my research, I noticed that. But solidarity remains as a major a major feature of the social relations between these people. Some of the families choose to leave and be living in these social housing projects in the periphery. So the ones that remained were able to do some houseworks to improve their housing units, so they can have still a little more space and be in the city center. Just for you who don't know Porto, Bonfim area is this area here by the river, and this project was especially in the islands of Bonfim. Of course, we have islands in other areas of the city. We had several artists. I don't have time to be in a lot of detail, because I think the most important for us is to reflect and discuss the evaluation process. Also coordinators and mediators of the project, which are very experienced in this kind of artistic projects. And I was doing the external evaluation of the project. Main objectives: thinking about the relationship between islands and the broad context of the city, contribute to the active involvement of the community, and also decision-making on how to rehabilitate these islands. And also, of course, promote discussion on housing, the right to the city, give visibility to this patrimony behind the facades, as we say, using arts education, especially participatory photography and also theater. Here I bring some photos. This was a very intergenerational project involving the elder and also the young people. And the photographer made this work of collecting memories through old photographs of people living in the islands, and also showing this and telling stories at the same time to the young people, to the kids that are living there or still have their grandparents, etc. Also, Paulo Pimenta used this photography as a way of exploring the city by the young people. So, for example, here you see a photograph of the kids coming to Clérigos, which is one of the most important monuments of Porto, where you can see all the city. And even if they live very close to this place, they were never there. So it was the first time during the project that they come to this very important place of Porto to see the city, and they explore the city and the spaces of the islands at the same time with photography. Here's some photos of the theater intervention in connection with the photography activities, because the piece was developed from these photographies that were collected in the islands, and discussion was developed within the participants. Here you can see some essays of the piece in a municipality building that was given to the project. Here it is a moment of the theater piece where you can see here that we have a lady with almost 90 years old, and then youngs with 13, 14 years old. So it was very diverse, and it worked very well from this point of view. Intergenerational bridges were really built here. And here another moment from the piece. And here we have a preliminary presentation of the piece. So participants, as I was saying, formed a very heterogeneous group. They had several ages and also from different genders, and from the geographical area of origin, because of course you start to work with the people of the islands, but then you have other persons like immigrants in the area, etc., that enter the project. So the approach was an holistic one to involve the community. So the facilitators were not saying, of course, we are working with the people from the islands, but if we can involve more groups and more individuals from the community, the better. And altogether, they built this project on a daily basis. Starting from my evaluation, external evaluation, especially focusing the artists and mediators' work, in the beginning, they had some difficulties, especially defining their roles. And also in involving specifically the people of the islands, because they remain very isolated. Even if they are in the center socially, they are very isolated. And they also pertain to these favored groups. Artists and also the principal mediator were very experienced in arts education projects, but they said that for the first time, they really developed an interdisciplinary work, because several activities and products were inter-influencing each other in a reciprocity process. From my evaluation of the participants' impact and experience in the project, they mentioned that remembering collective memories during the project to develop these specific artistic activities provoked a reconfiguration of their identity. So they started to think about themselves in a different way, about their history, their sharing with other people in the neighborhood and also with their family, etc. The immigrants that I was mentioned before that participated in the project said that this arts education project was fundamental to their integration and social inclusion in this urban area. Everyone highlighted the intergenerational interaction as a decisive feature for the project success. So for them, the most important feature of the project was this intergenerational work. And of course, a kind of opening of the islands to the city as the persons start to empower themselves through remembering things and experiences and histories of the islands, were more keen to participate and to affirm this identity. And thinking about the process and evaluation, because I think for you, maybe considering the theme of the conference, I think it is more important for you to hear about the project. How did I develop the evaluation project with the rest of the team? It was designed as a continuous process. It was participated in several moments by the artists and also the facilitators. And the objectives that I had designed in the beginning of the project were constantly reformulated during the project development and according with the dynamics of the project. When we think about evaluating the impact of these projects, we know from the literature that there is an emphasis on the quantitative information collection, trying to measure impact based on project results. And this, of course, has lately resulted on devaluing the qualitative approaches to monitoring and evaluating these projects' results. This term, evaluation of impact, or assessment of impact, if you prefer, proposes the use of quantitative research, having as a main objective evaluating changes in the domain of a specific intervention using experimental or quasi-experimental methods within a frame of attribution analysis work. But when I started to reflect on the evaluation of this particular project, I was thinking that attribution is not the only assumption of impact evaluation, because we need to bear in mind that there are ethical questions in the use of data and control groups, for instance, because we are working with people. Also, this work approach involves a lot of resources, including financial resources. So I was thinking that maybe we can do it in another way, trying to not spare resources or doing the same work with less resources. In this model, the efforts to understand the context and also involve the community tend to be weak. So the community and the people, the participants are not usually involved in the evaluation process, which can be a real problem. As Chambers and other authors highlight, the evaluation models based in this attribution analysis are based in a level of knowledge which excludes the local communities and also the professionals, in this case the artists, who are developing the programs at a local level. So I thought that it should be interesting to develop an alternative approach of impact evaluation, trying to, within this frame of a change theory, including monitoring data from outside of the project and also participatory impact considerations, and attempt to understand if the proposed results were attained and of course, what are the effects in a short, medium, and long term, because when we start from a qualitative approach, we can easily think more of effects in short, medium, and long term. This type of evaluation understands and evaluates the success as an integral dimension of the project design and implementation. So monitoring and evaluation are a process of permanent construction focused in the implementation of projects' activities, their progress, of course, in order to evaluate if they are meeting the established goals. So, but how we can develop this qualitative approach? Doing a periodical monitoring of the project's several activities, generating information which can be used by the ones developing the project, implementing the project, in the sense that evaluators can make specific suggestions to favor the attaining of objectives that were initially proposed. So this periodical monitoring involves a very intense participation from the part of the evaluator as well. I was present in several moments of the project, and not only in very limited and determined moments of the project. So I opted by developing this evaluation of impact based on an ethnographical approach, starting from the actions of the project. And the main objectives were to map and understand change in the formal and informal domains. And here I consider resources, cultures, and practices. Identify and interpret resistance to the project implementation or change or proposed change in the field. Focus the contribution to change more than attribution. So I was not so focused on these relations of cause-effects, but more on contribution developed by the project in a broad sense. And of course, involving participants and the community to inform the design of the evaluation and monitoring model. So we started by the qualitative evaluation work to focus specific points, relation between these islands, the morphology of the city and social configuration of these spaces in Porto, articulating between the various moments and tasks developed in the project, and also their social and artistic outputs. The role performed by the researcher in the social process of intervening in the field. So this was a very important thing to us as well. So how can we make this model a little bit more concrete? I will try to very simply describe. Initially, there were presented only general ideas, some suggestions about the process evaluation by me to the team members, the artists and the facilitators. The most relevant dimension of this process resulted from this joint work with the team, starting from some general ideas I had in the beginning. In a participatory process, everyone defined together specific moments where I should collect data and implement evaluation. I think this is very important because when evaluation becomes the first priority, the artistic work can be affected in a negative way. So for me, it is very important that the artists and the facilitators define the moments where the evaluator can collect data in order to not interfere negatively in the development of the project. And I used some methods as participant observation. Of course, I was present in a lot of moments where I was not collecting data specifically to the evaluation, but to understand the broad context, which is very important to evaluate the success of a project. I was fulfilling my field diary. I done in specific moments some collective interviews and also biographical individual interviews, trying to think about the experience of individuals in the islands, in this area of the city, and how the experience in this arts project interfere in their view of their biography, of their identity. Then I organized some meetings to discuss with the artists that were responsible to implement the project and the facilitators as well, with the objective of harmonize different dimensions of the evaluation process, including techniques, including moments and contexts for collecting data, and products of this evaluation process, such as the publications or oral communications, etc., that might come from this evaluation work. So this is in Portugal. It's just for you to have an idea that we developed a matrix which resulted from this collective work with the artists and the facilitators. We established some analysis dimensions, the techniques of collecting data that were facilitating to respond to these dimensions of analysis, the products, and also the contexts of collecting data. This is just for you to have an idea what we have done. The matrix, this matrix, as I said, was focusing especially the learning, the artistic learning and the social learning within the project, and not the artistic excellence, because I think this is another discussion within the impact of arts and cultural education, whether if we should evaluate the artistic excellence, so the quality, the artistic quality of a project. And this is not really my point of view. I'm not also an artist of course, even if I made the amateur theater and other things, I'm not an artist. So for me, it was more important the impact of the activities, the artistic activities, in the social, emotional experience of the individuals, in the ties that were developed within the community, and less if the activities were very good or had an excellent artistic result. After the evaluation, I realized that it was that we had an excellent implementation of this project, considering both the strategic and operational clarity and also the quality of the process of artistic creation oriented for social inclusion of these specific populations of the city, that of course were disfavored from the social, cultural, and economic point of view. I also noted that there was a big ability from the teams, from the team members to develop critical thinking and also a constructive power when they were facing adversities encountered, especially in the beginning of the project. And they had a lot of capacities to mobilizing these heterogeneous social groups, these different individuals with a big capacity of making this work a collective project. So to finalize, and I don't know if I already spoke for a long time, but to finalize, I would like to leave some questions that I pose to myself when I do this evaluation work of impact of arts in cultural education. In a process of evaluation, what is expected from me, from the responsible researcher, from the part of the artists, the participants, and others? Should I evaluate in a more distanced manner, or should I be more active in the different moments of the project? As I said, I was doing participant observation, so I was participating, but at the same time, I had these doubts of not interfering too much in the project. So it is a position that is not very easy for the evaluator. And how to define my role in the process, in the specific process of artistic creation. What should the mediator and artists should make with the researcher? Should them allow the researcher, the evaluator, to interfere in this artistic creation process or not? In some way, can we rehearse modes of taking advantage from arts tools to develop the process of evaluation? This is a big question for me, because I really think that some arts and cultural tools can really enhance this process of evaluation, but maybe this implies to develop a specific project just to explore this question. And how can ethnography make a difference and mobilize artists and participants to engage in this evaluation process? For this question, I have a partial answer. Of course, I think ethnography, working from a participant observation, where the evaluator, the researcher, is on site in a very intensive and active way, can contribute to engage more these participants in the evaluation and also the artists in the evaluation process. But how can we also enhance more this engaging through ethnography? Could be another question. And that's it. I think, I don't know if I talked too much. I didn't want to overpass the 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that we can discuss a little bit more after. And sorry, thank you very much, Ilona and Baiba and all the team for organizing this conference.
Thank you, Lidia. Thank you very much for this fine presentation. And I have to say, it fits very well the object of the discussion, I would say, and of this session. So I don't know if we have any questions in the room or from Facebook. I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. So probably not. I just have one question, which is perhaps a bit, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can answer it, but I still want to try it. You very well described this approach to be more involved as a researcher in the process, and I wonder if you can, I think you also have other experiences of research processes which are not that much participatory. So what would you say is the advantage? What kind of impact does it has on the results of the research if you do it in this way? If you think of this project, is there anything you see I could not get, I could not see, I could not collect if I wouldn't have done it in this way?
Especially the participants' meanings and also the artists, how they perceive the context, and also the artistic process. If we don't develop qualitative methods to assess the impact of the projects, it is very difficult to understand these symbolic meanings that are so important to develop the process. Especially that, of course, when we talk about the funding agencies, they are pretty much interested in knowing how much contacts did we make, how many individuals we have involved in the project, etc., etc. But from my point of view, the focus should, of course, we can still count the individuals and have this quantitative point of view, but more than that, for me, I think if we don't enter the participants and the artists' mind in trying to understand the world and the project from their point of view, it is very difficult to make a real evaluation of impact. From my point of view, ideally, we should have both quantitative and qualitative process of evaluating, but as we know, we still, I don't know, I think that in some countries in Europe and here in Portugal, we still are very centered in this, how many contacts, how many places, how many, trying to count all the time. And you can involve 100 people in a project, but the project cannot impact in a significant way in their lives. They cannot be, they cannot see significant changes in the way they see the world, in the way they see some values they have, in the way they see diversity. So from my point of view, and even more in this moment that we see these discourses of hate, and the rise of the far right movements in Europe, etc. We see all this hate. For me, arts education could really make a difference in working these values and working diversity through arts tools. If we have these significant projects that impact really people's lives and the way of seeing if these arts and cultural projects are really working is by doing this qualitative assessment.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you again for your presentation. And
thank you, Aaron.
I would like to come to the next point. Interestingly, it's myself, so I have to, when I saw the program, I realized, okay, does not matter, we can do that. I will shortly present myself. So my name is Aaron Weigel. I'm director of EduCult, which is an institute for research, but also for cultural projects in Vienna. And we are also part of the European Network of Observatories for Arts and Cultural Education. And yeah, thank you again to the Latvian partners having us involved in this conference, and for the invitation and for the very well organization. So I will just continue what you've said, Licia, and try to make a connection here. So I will share the screen for the presentation. So can you see the the right screen. Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to go on what you've said about the impact assessment, and I would like to go one step further somehow to think more about the impact of the assessment. So what is the consequence? And that was somehow also my question was leading to, what is the consequence of assessing arts and cultural education projects? What kind of impact can we have, do we want to have, and so on. So short overview. So I will first tell you what will not be the focus of what I'm talking about, then I will tell you the focus, which I did somehow already. I will give you some examples of assessments we are doing at ietekme in this field, just also to have perhaps an idea, and I will come later back to that. Then perhaps I can shortly tell you about possible objectives and effects of assessments and evaluations, and finally to point out some conditions. How can we promote the impact of the evaluation we are doing? So, not the focus is the impact of culture and arts education. So that's, I don't want to talk about that. That's not a point. I will talk about impact, but not of that. So nevertheless, it's about a broad understanding of impact. So that's important to tell, because later on, and that's what Licia already said, is when we want to assess impact, we have to think about more than that. But I will tell you then. So what is often to observe as stated impact? I just referred to a colleague of mine here from study times. She made a nice collection of all arguments for arts and cultural education. So just to show you what I will not talk about. So it's what arts and cultural education shall do. It shall promote artistic competences. So this on an individual level. The skill to understand cultural phenomena, the positive image of arts and culture, cultural participation, individual competences and personal development, holistic learning, supporting creativity, and so on. And besides the individual level, we have also this societal and collective level, like generation of new audiences and new artists, generation of artistic space in arts-friendly environments, preserve and support cultural heritage, even that, cultural as economical, social, and ecological factor, and so on. So, yeah, that's all connected to impact of arts and cultural education. So, and now this we want to assess, this we want to evaluate. This is not easy. But whatever we do, we want to have an impact with that. So we want to, if we assess, if we evaluate projects, programs in the field, for sure we do it for a purpose. So, and for having this impact, I would like to ask first, what can be the effects? What can we reach by evaluating a project? And by doing that, what and who is affected? So for that, one step back, what I said before, how can a project contribute to a certain impact? For that, a project needs strategies, structures, processes. So all these things which support the chain of effects, the theory of change, a logical framework, was what was Licia also mentioning. So when we want to evaluate the impact, we need to assess all the steps before. We need to assess the input we give in a project, the activities and outputs done in this project, and for sure then also what outcomes, directly outcomes are there. And then we can have also some insights, hopefully, possibly on the impact. I say that with a certain doubt, because for sure we can only approach also the impact. But as we see it, we also always want to know how this impact can be supported, promoted through a project. And for that, we need to know the project's processes and structures and so on, that we can tell, did it help to have this impact? Did it support it? So, some examples. I want first to give you the example of a program funded by the Robert Bosch Foundation in Germany. It was a long program called Art and Games between 2013 and 2020. And we were lucky to accompany this program in the second and the third phase, and evaluated it. It is a project that wants to allow young children, so kindergarten children, but also at the beginning of primary school, to experience art in a creative way by bringing together these education institutions and cultural institutions. In the last phase, there was also kind of a tandem a structure. That means that there were new institutions coming into the program, and the former ones who were still in the program, they supported the newcomers with their experience, with their knowledge and what they think is good to support this cooperation between culture and education, and to promote also the arts education for the young children. We wanted to, for sure, I mean, if we evaluate such things, we want to support the program somehow. So we also try to take the needs and objectives of the program. On the one hand, on the other hand, there is this distant researcher, a few, who wants to know more about, how is that working with the impact on the young children and so on. So that was luckily also one thing we could do in the last phase, then, to have an impact analysis. That's an example. I just wanted to stress this one out because I will come later to it, as it was a long-term evaluation. Somehow we can really tell about some impacts of the assessment itself. So that's fine. That's another example. I think I don't have so much time, so I will come to the third one, because this is just one we started this year with the theater in Basel in Switzerland. There is created a new space somehow, which was formerly already there. You can see there, this is the building and the front. They renovated it, so this is an old picture. Now it looks different, and they wanted to make this big hall, somehow we can say, to a foyer public, to a space where people can just go in and experience whatever they want to do there, to have some exchange, artistic exchange, to perhaps see artists rehearsing there, or just to drink a coffee. So it's a quite an open concept to invite people to come in out from the public space into the theater as another public space somehow. And the team of the new director there, they wanted to assess this and the impacts they have, outcomes, impacts they have with this new idea of participation, also including young people and so on. So they had a special focus also on early adopters. And they asked us to be part of the designing of this evaluation concept. So this was quite a co-creative process we started with them to design the research steps, to design the methods together, to design also the theory of change first. What do we want to reach, and so on. And now they should start the evaluation, which also will be in a co-creative way. So the people from theater themselves will collect data even. Yeah. So it's kind of a not only participatory approach, but a co-creative approach here. When we do this, especially this, including research, then we have to think about the objectives and the objectives of the different stakeholders involved. So if we want to have an effect with our evaluation, we need to make sure that there's a transfer of research results. And for that, we think it needs a reflection in the first set. So it may not be only, in our view, a sheer assessment. So, but there is this connection between research and practice as an obligation. So, because why shall we find proofs of impact if the practice cannot make use of it? So this is the idea behind it. So why this is applied science idea for sure. But in the field of applied science, it would not make sense if nobody can make use of it. So this is what is the basis. Yeah. So, and as I said, there are mainly two stakeholder groups in there. The direct target groups, we can say, these are the researchers and the practitioners. And if we consider the practice to be very much part of the research, we need to deal with these different objectives connected to these different stakeholders. So why do practitioners want to assess impact? What is their aim? Very often they want to legitimize their project. This is a common thing. We need to tell our funders why we are good. Okay, that's an objective. But also, and often, they want for sure develop their own project. So they want to get evidence on how to do that. And they want also to learn for their future work, not only for their ongoing project, but for their work in general. And perhaps this learning leads also to new concepts for implementing culture and arts education, so even in a strategical sense. And depending on who these practitioners are, they also want to support individual partners, individual practitioners sometimes, if it's about an institution or an organization. The researchers, they have also, as researchers, we also have objectives where we do that. So for sure, a researcher wants to generate new knowledge, understand effect mechanisms in this case. But not only that, for sure, we are in this field, we're working in this field because we're interested in this field and we want to support the field somehow. We want to develop it somehow. And for sure, researchers want also to earn money, especially if it's about contract research. We need to do that to exist as researchers. So how to bring these different objectives together? I think you can see already that there are some overlapping points. The generation of evidence can be an effect of the assessment, which helps both to reach both fields of objectives for sure. Also the creation of concepts and strategies, and the consultancy on the implementation of the project can for sure lead to development. So I want to come back to the first example of art and games. What we have seen there is that here I want to focus on the process and structures. So because we were in the process of the project, the program, but also in the process of the evaluation, and I think it's most easy to show effects which directly affected the project on the run, I can say, ongoing. So after the second phase, there were recommendations, and we were in a very close connection to the practitioners and having exchange and so on. And as an effect, we could see that the program developed in the third phase, and what we together with the practitioners found out in the second phase were implemented. So, for example, there was a new format for exchange for educational stakeholders. We have seen that was needed in the second phase, so that was what was established then. It was seen that kickoff meetings at the beginning of cooperations between cultural and educational institutions were really important, but not all had done that. So the program said, okay, that has to be an obligation, and for sure that helped again the project, and so on. So there were some parts, and it's really nice that we could see as we were still. This is often the problem in evaluation, because I don't know, you start and you end it, and the project ends, you end the evaluation, and that's it. And you do not see really what effects and impact you can have. But in this case, we could have seen it, and yeah, because it was a long-term program itself, and we were involved for more phases, so that was fine to see. So we would say that to have kind of an impact on, in this case it was just a project program, but also perhaps more in general, by assessing, there are challenges which has to be addressed, and for sure one challenge is that researchers and practitioners ask different questions. Yeah, that's the case. So that always needs reflection and discussion. And what do we want to know, and how can we ask? And for sure, research is in a danger of becoming ideological. If there is so much connected to the field and in the field, we have to address that, and we have to reflect that as researchers, and then sometimes also take consequences on what we're doing. These are very important conditions that this can work. These approaches can work. Design thinking, yeah, that means, yeah, focusing on the practice. What you're doing shall have an impact. And what Ligia was stressing out very much, that you use qualitative methods as tools for reflection and adjustment, because these qualitative methods already, yeah, bring chances to the artists and educators to reflect and about what they're doing. And we always see, even if you only do an interview, it helps them to take their time to reflect, which they normally do not take. But for sure, there are also other tools which are even more promoting this idea. And especially this co-creation approach can make use of expertise which researchers would not have. This expertise practitioners bring in, and their perspectives, for sure. So we are now developing a bit also this co-creation idea in our research practice, to think about having a bigger impact. And we think it helps to ask practically relevant questions. It helps to find a common language between the different stakeholders, and to develop relevant options for action then, so that they're really relevant for the practice. That needs, as I said, it's just a conclusion, that needs to self-reflexivity, to real hidden agendas. It needs to acknowledge the incompleteness of these reflexive processes, and it needs a language as a basis or the language used as a basis for a debate between the involved people. So thank you at this point. From my side, I do not know. I do not raise a question to myself now, so I don't know if there are any other questions from your side.
Maybe I can do a question. Make a question, a brief question.
Yeah.
I was thinking, how is in Austria this kind of co-creation evaluation processes received by the funding agencies?
Yeah, that depends. In the case of Theater Basel, I mean, this is the Basel itself, the theater itself, which wanted to do that. So the director somehow could persuade the funders, the foundations who are also giving money to this project, that this kind of evaluation will have more effects. Yeah, so I think that needed really persuasion. In Austria, I switched this one example I had on a new cultural program of the city of Vienna. I would not say that this one is really a co-creative approach, but it is also in a way of very qualitative, participatory, involving, and this is in these cases this is already accepted, I would say. So more and more I have the feeling people know that it's not about quantitative, not only or not especially about quantitative results. Yeah, and evaluation in general in Austria is not so a big topic, let's say it like that. So in general there is some doubt or some caution about it. So yeah, I have to say, I remember one project where we had a very qualitative approach, and it was funded by the state. There were really doubts, also how to deal with quotes of participants and so on. What is it if just one person is saying that? How can that be important? So yeah, then you have to argue, okay, but this stands pars pro toto for something which is not only said by one person perhaps, but also shows perspective which is important and so on. So you're right, it's different. And it's not always that easy, but I think in most cases our environments we're working in, it's fine for the people. Okay. Thank you, Lydia, for the question. I stopped the presentation. And come back to the session and the next presenter. So I very welcome Ege Kulborg-Lattik. We also know each other from the ENO. Ege is working in an interesting field, in my view, as advisor for politician, for administration, and nowadays in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Okay, you started, yeah, thank you. In Ministry of Internal Affairs in Estonia.
Yeah, we had their population minister who am I advising. Yeah.
And you also were working at the University of Tartu.
Yes.
At the Faculty of Arts and Humanities.
Part time. Okay.
So I give you the floor for your presentation of mapping the impact and expectations of Estonian cultural education.
A historical view. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And my condolences to people from Vienna. And thank you for organizers of the conference. So, but first of all, I ask how much time I have. Do you hear me?
Normally we have 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
For
okay.
one
yes.
Yeah.
As I was ill and I couldn't really work so intensively with the presentation, but today I just got the test from my corona test bed and it was negative, which made me very happy. And I'll do my best to. So, are you seeing my screen? Do you see my screen I shared?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then my idea was, okay, but I can't see now it. Okay, so I try to give you the historical context in order to map the impact and expectation of cultural education in the different political eras in Estonia, which is my interest already for years, and trying to understand previous eras because everything which is happening, which is going on today, is a result of previous eras. And if we are lucky, I can even show some of the main results of the Estonia survey we composed with Professor Anneli Saro from Tartu University, which maps the problems and changes that have occurred in Estonian hobby education over the last decades. So, first of all, about the terminology, what we are speaking about, arts education, cultural education, hobby education, lifelong education. And as it is described by Stoffer, there is no universally defined and direct term for marking leisure educational activities apart from school or work, which include arts, culture, sports, nature, sciences, technology, and so on in Europe, and neither in Estonia. Today, in Estonia, hobby education means long-term and curricular-based systematic and supervised engagements with one's interest-based hobbies and one's will outside formal education or job for acquiring intensive knowledge and skills in the selected field. So my view is non-formal education, and it is a broad definition that contrasts to formal education, all creative school program, all these creative, we have a very rich tradition of all kind of, let's say, arts education practices in schools. That's not my interest today. And I'm interested where it comes, where are the roots of hobby education as a phenomenon. And of course, they are in the paradigm of education, modern education paradigm, which is outcome of modernization, Bildung tradition, development of nation states, and modern educational system acts as a mediator of cultural, historical, and national narratives, which are discursive, always have been. And that comes very clearly that if we take a historical view, it will be then revealed very clearly, especially when we speak about Baltic states' experiences in multiple modernities, as I say about it. With the official statements and the discourse is shaped and with formal rhetoric of official policy documents, the attitudes and values convey into the practical world of cultural and educational field. That's why the terms are very important. And in Estonia, we have the problems, which is now changing, I'm very happy to say. Starting from 2004 in Estonia, non-formal art education was seen as a part of youth work, not a parallel policy, but as a sub-policy, which created very big problems in the field for agents who were acting in that field. So the concept of creativity and art education are socially constructed and not neutral. This is the case as cultural and educational policies never exist in isolation from the major debates of the day. As my background is cultural policy research, I never can exclude it. So I'm just skipping all these terms and what do we mean with modernity or Bildung. I think that there is no need to explain them and there is no time for that. But what interests me is how arts and cultural education based on Bildung or Enlightenment ideas have influenced the modern nation building and modern mass culture in the different political systems of 20th century Eastern and Western Europe. I'm always, there are many theories behind of this kind of approach, but what I would like to stress is that the modernist ethos of established favorable ground for socio-economic, cultural and national emancipation went hand in hand with political emancipation, Bildung and nation building amongst the smaller and oppressed European nations, Finns, Estonians, Latvians, and others, as empirically researched and compared by Miroslav Hroch. And that's why the cultural education and non-formal cultural education is very important in that place. So then this concept that modernity, the concept of modernity is not static. Of course it is not. And I also share the opinion of many social scientists like Eisenstein, Arnason, Vitrak, Lahti, that the concept of modernization or modernity is not static. There we can speak about multiple modernities, and the concept of multiple modernities acknowledges divergent trajectories of development in the modern era, and it offers a theoretical umbrella under which to discuss, compare, and contrast the different macro-historical paths of Western and Eastern Europe. So that was the basic what I needed to speak about the theories. There are many concepts which I will not stress at the moment, but Estonia and also other Baltic nations have experienced both Western and Soviet modernization or developmental paths. Estonia, like all other Baltic states, shares different experiences of modern state practices and its instrumental aims, discursive interventions of states' cultural and educational policies. And we can describe these different experiences by using several theoretical concepts. I have mentioned them here, like multiple modernities, Bildung, nation building, discourse, paradigm, etc., and all other concepts which I'm not stressing at the moment. So, public sphere and public space is important background, and here is an image of Estonians in the pub, which was the public space, historical public space before the Estonians as a rural population in 19th century started to build themselves society houses or community houses. Because they didn't have access to the hobby education or artistic self-expression. And it is interesting, bottom-up development or bottom-up development in the context of modernization and cultural democracy, of course, when this kind of space was created by ordinary people, local farmers, by building community houses with stage, hall, rooms where they could pursue artistic activities already in the in the second half of 19th century. And that is the root or the birthplace of Estonian hobby education or cultural education. All the practices were possible made and access were made possible there. And there was a high literacy, almost 96% more even, and Estonian newspapers, so there was a public sphere already, but there were no place of public space where rural people could gather and pursue artistic hobbies. And now I'm showing you quickly how the modernization process went on, and it was very much related to these houses, opera theatre, with a room program of opera theatre like houses where ordinary people in towns and in countryside could develop new types of lifelong learning aspirations, and they got opportunities to express themselves artistically, to do choral singing, dancing, and act in theatre plays, to paint and sport, and also gather for parties, lectures, and courses. In other words, room for lifelong hobby-based informal education. Why I'm speaking about it? Because this kind of network of these houses still is the main cultural center for in a grassroots level in every community, in every bigger city in Estonia, and every political system wanted to, every political system had an expectations, and they wanted to give a specific ideological impact to these houses. So these are it is the Estonian hobby education and cultural education is very much related to a public cultural sphere, which was related to these society houses since 1887. And it marked the development of wider Estonian public sphere and cultural liberation from under the guardianship of Baltic German aristocracy, as well as Tsarist state officials. So there was a very specific situation for Estonia, how to get your own high culture when you have this kind of aristocracy of Baltic German with their big, huge philosophy and art and everything kind of heritage and culture, and the Russian aristocratic high culture from the other side, and how these Estonians managed to get their own high culture. It's a real miracle. And I think that hobby education and cultural education played an important role in this process. So I'm going to show how they looked like these the houses and the hobby education, how it happened. So you can see the plan, and you can see the opera theatrical room program, where is the stage, the hall, the library room, and the buffet or cafe, and you know the Habermas and the concept of the public place and public space, which was important stage to get your own space for culture, and already then your political self-determination, which are closely related, these concepts. So some examples of people from 19th century and the Bildung tradition, and how this Bildung tradition was expressed in hobby education and hobby and cultural and arts traditions, and how these practices were very much related. It is so that from this aim or expectation to become cultured, the political self-determination was possible when the empires collapsed in 1918. In 1918, and Estonia managed to get their own republic, where this kind of hobby education or cultural education started already became as a matter of cultural and educational policies. So there were different terms also. Free education, the term was used for non-formal education then. So, and when we see the documents or laws from this era, we can see that cultural education was very much important in this era. The state paid attention, and it was expressed in legislative and guidelines for the people involved in the non-formal education field, printed textbook for dance and acting teachers, librarians were published by Ministry of Education, and what kind of expectations were. The law was given out in 1933 for this kind of community houses, for this kind of space, cultural space where this hobby education took place. And what are the expectations of state? The state's aim is that these houses will be a center for cultural and free educational activities and a home for educational and social association in its area of operation. Yeah, and in 1935, Mr. Alexander Kurvits wrote that the most important task of community houses is to be a location for public festivities and meetings. Singing, music, and theatre plays, in particular, contribute to the creation of feelings of togetherness and solidarity. That is why most important task of community houses is to offer good conditions for activities which enable the full spread of feelings of togetherness and solidarity. And so identity building and nation building was, of course, important during the legitimation of young democracy, young nation state. In 1923, you can see pupils, folk dances, the library education, modern dance in 1920s, in Society House of Nissi. I don't know, the Nissi is somewhere in North Estonian village. So young women dancing, so there was not a cultural canon. You see, they could practice whatever they wanted. Ella Ilbak, Isadora Duncan, everything what happened in Russia also was expressed in villages. I think it's a contemporary modern dance in 1920s. And here you can, the group of musicians, temperance society, there is a number of rejected community houses in this historical network, which was related to the law of community houses and what was accepted. And some example of these opera theatrical room programs with these community houses is different. And here you see already the choirs, gymnasium, young generations look very differently from these two musicians, which were very rural people. So you see the Bildung and the modernization, really the new generations were already contemporary modern people in their own state, with their own country, and with their own culture. So, and you can see how the impact worked of this kind of cultural space and cultural education. It's very dandy culture already in 1935. And then I've got the different modernity experience of Soviet modernity. Art belongs to people, also a very enlightening experience, which was implemented with quite repressive ways. So the aim of the Sovietization of culture was cultivating masses in the frame of developing Soviet modernity, with the final aim to construct a monolithic society, a new type of human being, Soviet person. So the term Sovietization means the importation of the coercive state practices, Soviet cultural canon, norms and values, cultural policy model with a highly bureaucratic administration of cultural institutions, which was implemented in Estonia since 1904 and all over the territory of Soviet territory. But what kind of Soviet cultural education was, and it is in Russian, it sounds просветительное культурное образование, Soviet enlightening cultural education. So there was this, as a modernization is not static concept, also Bildung is not static concept, as Mr. Lahti says in Nordic development of new Bildung. They are looking for new Bildung. So the Soviet state practices were spread all over and in Estonia during the era of 1945 until 1991, and they remain the same principles. So in that era, cultural and hobby education became a nationally important issue, and it was very important aim, and it was not only enlightenment what was behind it, but also it was the new ideologically controlled person. Of course, there were more expectations, but I will give you an example of Soviet discourse, how Lenin said it, that victorious proletariat could not accept that millions of workers were culturally centuries behind a legacy left by the bourgeois society. And cultural education is organized activity, the aim of which is communist education of people, raising the cultural level of people and meeting the cultural needs of people. So impact, I'm not going, it's a huge theme, which is very interesting. I do have an article about it, and but it demands at least a book. Impact of Soviet cultural education is very remarkable in Estonia, because the general access to all kinds of cultural practices and trained cultural workers, and the state-financed music and art schools were very impressive, and changing the leisure time of people into the matter of national importance, and creating good conditions for the cultural practices of homogeneous population was important precondition of Soviet mass politics and also for Soviet welfare. So, and also one of the expectation was related with Soviet talent policy in order to increase innovation capacity of the Soviet nation. And because the market economy innovation was switched out. And that's why all kind of engineering and technological and avant-gardist project, they were supported through the cultural and educational education in Soviet system. And also, which is very important, it is that Soviet time state-run cultural education was an ambivalent project. On the one hand, the ideological controls and guidelines prevailed, but public funding allowed the high-level training of professional cultural workers who served the population in all levels of the strata, at all levels of the society. So the art belongs to people really was quite a realistic expectation or slogan which was realized in the Soviet era. And a very strange ambivalent aspect is also that in the fact that the massively practiced, uniform and publicly funded choral singing tradition helped the Baltic states regain their independence through the singing revolution. And I know also why it was so, but I'm not going to that because there is no time for this to go so deep into that. Some images about the cultural education was also part of the red corners in the clubs. And again, the change of terminology, society house couldn't exist anymore because society activities were oppressed to the Soviet top-down policies and community also. So they named the clubs, all these community houses, a network of community houses where the education took place were named the clubs. And some of the examples, it is a women's handicraft exhibition, and how the basic invention, the tradition of identity keeping traditions, how they changed during these times. Yeah. So ambivalent, I already told that. And now the last era, if Estonia regained independence in 1991, helped to the cultural education. We got our singing revolution because there can't be singing revolution when there is not people who are singing. So then, after that, the Soviet broadly accessible state-funded system of arts and cultural education collapsed in a couple of years, and the comprehensive analysis of the Soviet system has not made so far, because Estonia still has this kind of rejection phase to that era because of all the repressions of this political system. So, and I would say that the modern system of hobby education, which would take into account the historical experience of Estonia as well as the established network of cultural institutions, has not been completely developed under the condition of the market economy. And it's important that if we will take this kind of longer perspective, it reveals that the terms relating to hobby education have been discursive over time, expressing the specific objectives of the era and those of the particular political system. And summarizing, a longer historical perspective reveals that the terms relating, sorry, I have repeated here. I think that it is important to be aware that terms used in the policy making are not neutral and they are discursively charged. They influence people who are active in the field of culture and education, as well as the collective consciousness of society. And it is important to ensure the diversity of descriptions, ability of critical analysis, as well as to have the opportunity to discuss the cultural and education policies in Estonia. And I think that I will stop here because I got feeling that my time is over. Just to mention that hobby education is organized in Estonia now that it is the matter or the task of the local community, local governments, and local governments are taking place in a very different way. How cultural or educational non-formal education is organized, and we still have, because of these generation who got so good access, we have a very rich non-formal cultural education field. There are a number of hobby schools, music schools, art schools. They are funded by they are funded by local government, but also they are private entrepreneurs are doing. So it is a very rich field. And the problem is that Estonian hobby education is somehow belonging into the gray zone, because it is out of the main interest of Ministry of Education and also Ministry of Culture, and also that is a problematic which we hope that we managed to pursue and discuss with politicians that it has to be changed, because the hobby and cultural non-formal education is very much related with population development, with talent policies, and etc., etc. All these things Aaron didn't want to speak about. So I think that I will not go furthermore to this survey, just maybe the conclusion that Estonia, we need, at the moment we cannot speak of a holistic view of the education system, of cultural policy in the context of hobby education. But it is a hopeful moment at the moment, because Ministry of Education starts to deal with that issue, and they are organizing the changes in the ministry. So I think that I will stop here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inside view into the historical development of hobby and arts and culture education in Estonia. Thank you very much. I would like to ask if there are urgent questions at this point, because we already have more than 30 minutes now. So if there is none, okay, I would say thank you to you, and come to the next presenter, if that is okay for you to.
Yes, thank
stop the
you.
sharing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I would like to welcome Julia Effinger now. Last but surely not least, thank you very much to be also in this session. Julia Effinger is working at the Foundation Genshagen, Stiftung Genshagen, which is an institution also focusing on the field of arts and culture education, but also on the international dialogue, especially in this area or region of this connection of Germany, France, and Poland. I would very much like to hear something about your project you're focusing on now in the presentation. It is called on the threshold of the future nomads lab utopias, I think. So that was, there were included the young people from 5 European countries, as far as I researched it in it. But probably you can tell it better than I do. So I leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron, for introducing me, and thank you very much for having the opportunity to share with you some thoughts on how arts education and citizenship education converge with intercultural artistic youth exchange. But before I begin, I also would like to express my profound dismay about the incidents in Vienna and send my sympathies, and also from my colleagues from Genshagen Foundation, to Aaron and Sirikit. So I will share my screen as well. And so, yes, you already introduced Genshagen Foundation, and I work in the Department of Arts and Cultural Mediation in Europe. And so, talk about this project. First, I give you an introduction in the context and in the project, and then present some research results that have emerged from participant observation of European artistic workshops with young adults. I will show a few slides and many photos. I hope this will be the end of the day. We heard a lot of presentations now, maybe give you a vivid impression of what has happened. And if I still will have time, then a 2 minutes video at the end. And I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize the immense importance of international cultural exchange, especially in these times where we communicate via Zoom and our screens. But it is important to ensure that we maintain spaces that facilitate meetings and encounters, and that these opportunities will be available again as soon as the development of the pandemic allows, especially for young people. As Aaron introduced, of course, I mentioned this also because I myself work in such a space, facilitating European cultural exchange. I'm a project manager in Genshagen Foundation, located south of Berlin, so in Germany, and we are supported by public funds. And our mission is to contribute to international understanding and cultural exchange across disciplines, and with a focus on Poland, France, and Germany. So maybe this is important to know about the context. We are not a supporting foundation, but we carry out projects ourselves, like conferences, meetings, seminars, and youth exchanges. And we are not a research institution, but we are a member in ENO as well, and ACENET. And so now it won't be so much a profound reflection as we heard from Lydia and Aaron, but it's more like my view from a cultural actor. And I won't have this distant reflection about it, but as I said, I try to give you a vivid impression of what we did. So this is Genshagen Foundation, example of a project, and here a drawing. So I said we're not a research institution, but we cooperate regularly with such institutions, for example, with our French partner, Observatory on Cultural Policies. We decided, after having published a German-French book about arts education, to extend our cooperation with other European partners and to explore questions of coexistence in Europe with young people and with artists alike. This resulted in the series of events on the threshold of the future from 2016 to 2019. Exploring current challenges and visions for the future of social cohesion in Europe, the project took on the perspective of practitioners, cultural actors, artists, researchers, and young people in both theory and artistic practice. The aim was to address the links between art and society, as well as cultural and civic education. These objectives were achieved in collaboration with organizations from France, Italy, Bulgaria, Poland, and Morocco, working on art, culture, and active citizenship. Within this European network, we organized several conferences, colloquia, expert meetings, and European youth exchange projects. Issues that had been artistically and practically explored by the young people were theoretically dealt with by researchers and cultural actors during the conferences. Presentations of artistic performances came together with talks and presentations on topics such as participation, diversity, migration, and the future. In this project, we were also accompanied by several sponsors, some of them for a short period of time, some of them permanently, so over those 4 years of the project. Building on the conviction that art education is key to societal integration processes, the project demonstrated that a participatory aesthetic education strengthens the acceptability of diversity and democratic values. So in a sense, it was also about investigating and naming the societal relevance of art and culture in the way we were able to do it. So the Nomads Labs. Young adults from different European countries worked in 5 one-week workshops. So it's not only about this last workshop I will talk now, but over the different workshops we organized this last years. They worked around with dance and theater on societal issues with artists at their side. An important aspect was to give the young people a voice, to give them publicity and attention. They were actively involved in the Genshagen conferences, and these were opened by the artistic performances. And the performances and the process were discussed with the conference attendees. This can be seen in some photos I will show you later. And it was very important to us as well to represent societal diversity, especially with regard to the young people involved. These youth projects have increasingly become the main focus of our event series. And we have become aware of the power and empowerment that comes from giving young adults the opportunity to exchange ideas during those conferences with established personalities, managers, and adults in a setting where they can work on equal terms. And from the very beginning, we tried to describe what happens in those artistical workshops in an intercultural context. So the workshops were accompanied by participatory research to try to evaluate and describe them. I will just show you some photos to illustrate what I have said and what I will conclude. My conclusions are based on 4 reports from participant observation from the Nomads Labs within the fields of psychology, art history, theater studies, and actors from the field of arts education. So it was not only researchers who work in university, but we tried also to describe what happens from people working in the field. And the observation parameters were primarily based on the aesthetic learning and intercultural process. Quotations and reports from the observations of the rehearsal process and the group process, interview, as well as written feedback. The attitude of the artists directing the workshops, of course, turned out to be key. Here you see Be van Vaak, she is choreographer and she was director of those projects. Very flat hierarchies, a participatory approach, trust, a cautious approach to the material brought along, and yet an aesthetic shaping of the performance. Youth exchange means working and living together for 1 week, being accommodated at the same place, sharing meals, leisure time, and very intensive rehearsal time. Language, a hurdle, and connection at the same time. When everybody speaks not so good English, it's also a connection. Traveling, crossing borders, sometimes for the first time. The stranger is even stranger than usual. Very strong emotional involvement, experiencing oneself as somebody else, trying out, growing beyond oneself. This common safe place of the group and the rehearsals accelerates group dynamic processes. The psychologist we also had there described how processes of integration were accelerated by a certain setting of the workshop. The points I will list now are a summary from the observations and reports. They are only an excerpt of the skills that were addressed and the competencies that were developed. But I think they are really interesting and important from my point of view. So decision-making, negotiating conflict situations, responsibility and increasing assertiveness, empathy and listening, dismantling prejudices and practicing mutual understanding. The stage as impartial space, meeting each other in a deeply human way beyond performed identities or cultural affiliations, evoking a strong sense of community between former strangers. Confrontation with the other in as artistic practice by encountering the stranger in oneself. Importance of collaboration, consideration of the others as necessary foundation for personal and collective success. Openness and effective communication, self-efficacy, self-confidence and trust, shifting opinions and even changing behaviors. Those are competences and skills which were also mentioned in project descriptions before. And in my opinion, all those skills and competences mentioned are at the intersection of arts education, intercultural learning, and citizenship education. These are skills and competences that make you responsible, respectful, and committed citizens. This is what we need today for our common interest, especially in these complex and difficult times. This is certainly not new. International youth exchanges have been evaluated for decades and their effects described. And there's also a lot of research and dissemination of results on the field of arts education. Last but not least, a conference like this contributes to it. Nevertheless, I think it is important to tell stories about it and to be a witness to them. So this was my presentation. If I have 2 more minutes, I would like to show you a little from one film we made during the last project. And the colleague told me that he waits for a sign and then he could put on the film. Such projects.
We create a microcosmos of how
Thank you, Julia.
we can envision society.
So I'm not sure how
I really feel like part of Europe, but I also know that things in many places supposed to change.
I think that the differences makes us unique, so we have to appreciate them, not to judge them.
We must work more and more in Europe, for Europe.
The concept of Europe is really good to work together and to have like a really good friendship to other countries and cultures.
We should be like united and not so for each other.
Together, together, everyone. Together, 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 everyone.
My message to the world is not to judge anyone who you don't know, you don't really know.
J'aurais presque envie de dire un seul mot, liberté.
Take care of the environment, of the trees, and try to change some of your politics.
Mon message au monde, ce serait de se réveiller.
I would like people accept more the diversity, the differences.
I think that the art can save the world.
Keeping up this brotherhood, in German it's called Brüder, like Brüderlichkeit.
Sei già realizzato con l'amore che le persone che ami ti danno indietro.
Relax and care the little things around you.
Actually, we can't give the world anything than respect and love, and she gives us everything, like food, drinks, and all we need.
Don't be afraid to speak your opinion.
Act in your place and think with the world.
My message to the world would be for everyone to be kind to each other, because you never know what the other person is experiencing.
Accept everyone as they are.
You know, you have to listen to other people in order to make things work.
Show your gratitude whenever you can, whenever you feel it.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for the presentation and also the video to have some, some insights on how that probably really good project was as far as you presented it. It seems really successful. So I have a question concerning research, because this is somehow the topic of our session, and you said there was a participatory research involved. But you also said something about a psychologist, and that would even be more interesting now for me. So because you said this psychologist could tell about changes of the participants. So for me, this is also a really good impact assessment. So I wonder how that worked, how this psychologist worked in the process with the participants.
It was the first workshop we led in 2016, and she was a participant observation, and she was psychologist. So later we had other participant observants who came from the theater field, the other from the arts education field, and she observed, and I could tell you if I reread it, she made like mapping what happened when, who met whom, when, which language was spoken, and she really could identify moments where the group dynamic changed, for example. She works on exclusion and inclusion, and we asked the young people, this was the same concept for every of the 5 different workshops we led, to bring something personal to the first meeting, to work on the theme already, and to bring an object who refers to the theme and present it then to the group. And as I talked about diversity, the first time we had 2, it was in 2016, we had 2 young men, 2 migrants who had joined the group. And for example, they told about their way from Syria and Pakistan to Germany. And she observed what happened at this moment when they told it. How did the group dynamic change? She drew which person met whom in which way, and how the group was built at this moment. And then when the rehearsals began, how did it change? And for example, she also observed the language. Some didn't speak English at all. And there was a point when they overcame it, when language wasn't an issue anymore, because they had their bodies and they had found a common language in theater and dance. And it was really interesting to observe her findings, to read about her findings.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sounds really interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Is there any other question in the room or from Facebook? I don't see anything. Yeah, so thank you again, Julia, and thank you all for participating in this session, which I would like to close now and give the word immediately to Agnese, who will go on with the last part of this conference. So thank you again and see you.
So the last speaker today is Dr. Aija Tūna, who is Education and Youth Program Coordinator at Latvian Century Office of the Ministry of Culture. And the topic of her speech today is Latvian school bag as new type of access to culture policy.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It has been very long and very rich day, and it's almost getting dark here in Riga. The reason why I started my presentation with this video was to give you a little bit of energy, which was obviously visible 2 years ago in September, when program Latvian School Bag started here in Latvia, and 6,000 teenagers came to largest concert hall for the first time, most of them to experience something like cultural event with their presence. So now I will try to get to my presentation. So can you see it? Just a moment. So now it works, right? Okay. During this presentation, I would like to give you some impression about what we have been doing here in Latvia, which is very much connected with what was discussed during the whole day today. So many of you have mentioned how important it is to make cultural events available for students, for youngsters, even for children. But at the same time, how to do it, how to make sure that it works, and access is for all children and young people. And this is something what we wanted to address with our program, Latvian School Bag. It seems that my slides are not moving. I'm very sorry for that. So, okay, so let's try this way. So again, it turns out that cultural activities are very important for so many different parts of our lives, including our personality development, including our possible future professional development. And actually sometimes, and it's true about ourselves and also about youngsters, we do not even notice that so much cultural evidence is around. And Professor Muktupavela, in one of her publications, has said that it's the same like with air. We do not notice it while we can breathe easily, and culture is around as an air. When someone puts plastic bag on our heads, then we start to notice that something is missing. And we really do not want young people to miss cultural experiences, but to be more attentive, more enjoyable, and make a bigger sense of it. Some years ago, and it was 2016, some study was made to identify obstacles and challenges. Why students in our schools, most of them have never experienced any cultural activities in their school years. And of course, it turned out that most often mentioned obstacle was price of tickets or price for programs. Then transportation costs, what is about the same thing, financial issues, distance to the cultural events, same thing, limited possibilities for parents to contribute and to support. And so we see that these financial obstacles have been so very important that they have kept young people away from culture and arts. And then happily, big celebration of Latvia 100 came, and within the program of Latvia 100 celebration, which took part during 5 years, largest gift for students of primary and secondary schools was included. To provide opportunity for young people to experience culture, directly experience culture, which is suitable for their age, for their previous experience, for situation, and in close connection with teaching and learning process. I am very thankful, and I was very happy that our colleagues from the Latvian Academy of Culture already mentioned this program in their presentation. And some things I do not have to repeat. But to say in short, the program Latvian School Bag is really state-provided opportunity for all school-age children and youth to attend various cultural events as part of formal learning experience. And this is very important. In the morning, you heard about new curricula with very, very nice ideas and very good intentions. At the same time, it was also clear, and it is clear, that it will not happen by itself. So there was needed this support for students to get to cultural events, and there is still needed support for teachers to understand where to go, why to go, what to do with what they see and experience. So we started this program 2 years ago, and this is already third school year when all schools, not selected schools, are involved in this program. It means that more than 200,000 school children each year take part and participate and experience cultural events. It also means, and this is according to a study which was made by Latvian Academy of Culture, each school year, annually, more than 14,000 events take place specifically for young children, for students. And they are also very different, but all of them teaches something for young people, not in didactic way, but in the way how only culture can influence us. It was mentioned already about conceptual framework and 4 pillars. And this is really, really important because we do not talk only about cultural awareness and expression competence, although it is in the core of the program. But we clearly see links with citizenship education, with developing belonging to state, nation, and European identity. It's very closely connected with quality of education, because students go outside the immediate classroom and experience real life events. And what is very important, it is about preventing social inequalities. It is so very important that not selected students, ones who are better than others or ones who are poorer than others, but all students together go to theater performance, go to dance performance, to concert or exhibition or somewhere else. And this is how they all can experience the same thing and then incorporate it into learning process. Program provides funding for at least 1 cultural activity per semester per each student. And funding can be used both for tickets and program costs, and also for transportation costs. And as you can see, it directly relates with the most urgent needs, which were identified in a study in 2016. Principles of implementation, again, in a way, it explains more in detail 4 pillars, but it's so important that all children are involved, providing equal access. And what is also very important, that there is balance between traditional and contemporary culture. And this is also something what is striking, interesting. For teachers, many of them, getting to know contemporary culture is also first-time experience. So they learn and they wonder and they are surprised and they have to think using their critical thinking and so on together with their students. It demands courage from teachers, but it gives also very, very big satisfaction. And this is what we experience in a regular exchange with teachers around the country. So what happens as a result? It's growing cooperation between culture and educational professionals. If at the beginning, in the first year, they were quite distant and they had some difficulties to start communication, to understand each other's language and each other's need, then now we can see that situation has changed dramatically, and some long-term relationship sometimes have been established already, and teachers are much more knowledgeable in putting together program for their students. How program takes place? So there are 2 main directions of movement, so to say. First of all, students go to different cultural establishments, cultural events and processes, They go to museums, they go to theaters and concert halls and museums and so on. But there is also movement to another direction. Artists of all kinds go to schools, and there has been lots of efforts into development new mobile cultural products for school children. They go to schools, and these are not lower quality but very high quality cultural events, but there is less spending of time for travel for all students, and these events can be better incorporated in a school day, in a teaching and learning process. I would like to give you a brief summary of steps we have been doing in order to get where we are today with those 200,000 students and 14,000 activities. It all started with interdisciplinary task force in 2015. Then conceptual framework was developed because it was interesting and important to have this conversation between two different parts and to understand how it could work, not as a separate project for some, but for all students. Data was gathering about current situation, I mentioned already, and then pilot projects in different schools in terms of size and location, and different municipalities across Latvia took part in 2016 and 17. We learned a lot, starting from how to choose activities, how to communicate, how to document, how to use experiences in teaching process, and so on. And then legislation was developed on implementation and funding scheme, and program started for all students. At the same time, Ministry of Culture put together list of activities already designed for children and young people. And this was first source of information for schools, both for teachers and students, to select from. With all additional information, whom to contact, how to apply, how long activity takes place, and so on. And also, what is very important during this year, support for development of new cultural products has been very active, and we have much more than we had 3 years ago, especially for those already mentioned teenagers, approximately 7th to 9th grade. At the beginning, both teachers and the cultural professionals said, we really don't know how to get their interest, what to do with them. They are so negative, or they are so ignorant, or they are just not interested. That's what they say. But when they started to try participate, situation changed, and then more new products were developed specifically for this audience, and now we are in different situation. There are some things I want to emphasize because they might be interesting and useful for you doing different projects and thinking about cultural education in your countries. It's very important to remember that in many cases, and especially it's true about students from vocational education establishments, they are not young children, but they are for the first time in cultural establishments. And it's so important to allow some time and some attention to exploring building, getting to know what is needed to put such event together, what, so to say, behind the scenes, what is context, how to behave, how to get most out of this situation. Again, not in didactic and top-down way, but in a way which is friendly and supportive. Next thing is about content and form for cultural events. They should be appealing for young people, but they shouldn't be too simple or too, so to say, slang oriented. Sometimes content is what catches young people's attention, and sometimes contemporary form is something what catches their attention. And then gradually we put these things together, and through unusual form, like, I don't know, rap music, get to very important content, or vice versa. They are interested in a relationship and first love and friendship. And this is how we can show, for example, how music is beautiful and so on. Our cultural professionals learn how to plan events for different timing, for different settings. And this is also what helps schools, and at the same time makes cultural life more diverse and more contemporary and interesting. It was last year when we had our annual forum, when one of our leading cinema and theater specialists said, I was surprised why performances in our theater started in such a strange time. Yes, they sometimes start during the day because this is the best time for school children to visit performances and concerts. And this is a new thing. What else is important? It is important to provide fresh input once kids get somewhere outside their classroom. It shouldn't be about testing their knowledge. It shouldn't be about making them feel uncomfortable. It's about giving time to think, to explore, to build fresh reputation probably, to do something different. Once you go to museum, then there is no need to use the same methods what is used in the classroom. It's very important to understand how museum works, what can be found there, and so on. And it is also important to help teachers and maybe to give them one list of paper, one sheet of paper with bullet points and main ideas, which can be used later on in the classroom in after event activities. There are 4 key concepts or key words for future work, which we have formulated for ourselves, and I will go over it quickly. And first one is together. So during these years, and also now, we constantly work on bringing together education and culture professionals in very different meanings, in terms of having place for joint conversation, understanding each other, and so on. We discovered that teachers do not know about different recognitions in different art fields. And one can wonder, but from another hand, it's logical because they live in different professional area and might not know everything. But to choose which event to go with students, it is important to understand what are criteria signs for concert or performance or something else. It's very important to work together, students and grown-ups. And you can see in this photo how beautifully different generations work together. They admire each other, and it's not because they are older or younger, but because they share the same passion about music, about technologies, and what can be developed together. In order to implement this program in a meaningful and effective way, it's very important to bring content people and finance people, as we call it, together, to think about different ways how available amount of money can be spent in the most meaningful way. And if any one of you could be interested in details, we will always be happy to share and tell about our experience. And it's also about working together of different schools and different classes. Not each school or each class receives amount of money and does whatever they want. It could be so, but it's more efficient if they cooperate, if they go somewhere together, or invite artists in the same touring trip, and so on. This is something what we gradually learn over the years. Next of our keywords, it's deep. Try to be not superficial, not to be just funny and quickly and so on, but do work deep. It means that cultural events are connected with before and after activities. To understand what we experienced or to understand where we will go. In different situations, it could be different, but this before and after is very, very meaningful. Activities should be chosen according to the age and existing experience of students. And there should be situations to ask questions and express one's opinion. And this opinion can be very, very different. And for all opinions, there should be place. I remember one interesting situation where after performance with one actor, first question students asked was how you can memorize such a long text. And this was burning question for those high school students. And it was nice conversation, and each one ended it with some new ideas for themselves. And also, it's not enough to bring students somewhere. Both sides, education specialists and culture specialists, have to do all possible to make sure that they are there with intellectual, emotional, physical, and social presence, and they feel good. We also want and encourage all participants to work, to be brave, and see how culture and arts allow us to talk about very difficult questions. It helps us to learn history. It helps us to understand physics. It helps us to understand each other and people around the globe. And when we work together, we ask for help each other, we support and we learn together, then we can achieve such things which have not been possible before. Unfortunately, you cannot understand this quote I took from one student after animation workshop. This bigger letter says, I would like to have such job myself. And this is again one of nice conclusions, how cultural experiences may influence our future vision, what we want to achieve, what we want to do, what we have to learn in order to achieve and do what has been appealing to us. And when we meet coordinators from all municipalities in the country, or school principals and teachers and wider society representatives, we always talk about two things which are crucial for us. It's to be together and do each one specific thing which is needed for sustainability of the program. For parents, it's very important to trust that going to such cultural events is real learning. Because maybe many of you can imagine that parents might be cautious why lessons are not taking place. They are going somewhere. This is real learning, and new curricula also helps us to prove it. Teachers have to see this as an opportunity to go outside the box, to accomplish more, to get deeper. All things which were mentioned by Zane Oliņa this morning, which are goals of our national approach to contemporary education. This is also homework for creative professionals to develop contemporary, meaningful, in many cases mobile, surprising and innovative content to offer for children and young people. And for media and for general public, we would like to remind, and that we do regularly, to tell these good stories, not to think that it happens by itself. In the office of Latvia Centenary, in the office of Latvian School Bag, we receive every day publications and letters and emails and phone calls with wonderful stories, how kids have been somewhere for the first time, how they become professionals gradually in attending cultural events, and how much good emotions, deep learning, and great mutual relationship are around these events. Building future as a key word, because this gift of centenary will live also after the end of celebration. And it has to continue with development, even new cultural products regularly. It should be also, and it will be continued as providing professional development for teachers. And we hope for even bigger cooperation with Ministry of Education and education specialists. And we want larger ownership of students in choosing events, hosting artists, thinking what to do with the results, what they have achieved. We started this presentation with video from opening event, and here is one slide which I cannot not to mention. This event was nominated for EventX Award last year, which is largest celebration for a field of big events, and get very high recognition. And this is what we want for our program in the future, to become regular, normal part of education process, to develop, to help to develop attitude towards culture, where it is part of our lives and develops together with youngsters and people of the 21st century. So that's all from now, and I'll be happy to answer questions or contact any of you later on.
So does anyone have any questions? It seems that no. So thank you to Professor Aija Tūna and to all other speakers for sharing your experiences and ideas. It was really a pleasure to be with you today. So just some technical things. The recording of this conference will be accessible on the Facebook page of the Latvian Academy of Culture. And also the organizers wanted you to know that in case you need a certificate of conference attendance, please contact Kristīna Freiberga till end of this week. So big thank you to organizers of the conference, Baiba Ķerve, Ilona Kunde, Kristīna Freiberga, Anda Laķe, and Vita Dumpe. Also thank you to Mārtiņš and Zigmārs from the company No Limits for the technical solutions, and to partners, Latvian Academy of Culture, University of Latvia, the Latvian National Center of Culture, UNESCO Latvian National Commission, Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Latvia, ENO, and Embassy of Canada to Latvia. Thank you all for being here today.